Alright guys, BLM here, back with more Mass Effect 2. It's been a while, it's been a little bit, it's been since last Wednesday. It is currently Sunday, a bit earlier than I normally would start here, but I'm kind of done with what I plan on getting done today, and I really just don't feel like doing anything else, so yeah, we're gonna start off the stream, and everything is good on that end, so let's go. I don't even know what the fuck we're doing with this game anymore, to be honest. Like, I don't really remember. Nor does it really matter. Really, again, like, the game's kind of like a backdrop at this point. Like, where are we at? Like, we are... Like, I think we're starting to do loyalty missions, right? I don't think we've gotten Thane or Samara yet, so we'll probably do that. Oh, I did want to do DLCs, right? I think that's what I was going to do. Yeah, so I guess we'll do that. But yeah, obviously Big Brother, Survivor South Africa, Australian Survivor. Also worked on decent amount of stuff for the channel. And yeah, just general stuff to talk about. Waiting for this to load before figuring out what we gotta do here. Okay, so... Oh yeah, I think we were literally about to start the Shadow Broker DLC. I guess we'll do it. I mean, I kind of don't want to do it this early. Especially because I don't even have a rifle still, right? Oh, I can't check. Well, you know, fuck it, who cares? Let's go. Okay, camera's glitched. That's lovely. Alright, hey, Carsonian. Yeah, not much really. Just I edited a few videos in the last few days. Then obviously you got all these shows to watch. To be honest, Big Brother for me right now. Like, I'm kind of just on it. Like, I still think there's like so much potential for the season moving forward. I think there's a lot of great players here, but I haven't really been too interested in like seeing every little thing that's going on in the live feeds and everything, because like I think we have like kind of too good of players where they're planning so many things ahead of time, and like it's just not making the actual events on the feeds like particularly interesting to me, especially like beyond like like Saturday. Yeah, what are we doing here? I guess it doesn't really matter. This doesn't matter. Hey Jacob CT. I'm your favorite YouTuber. Like, I feel like, I should not be anyone's favorite YouTuber. But, thanks for that, though. Kai Plays. I don't know how you... Yeah, Kai Plays. I'm just going to call you that. Thoughts on the Derek X, Hannah Showmance. I really like both of them. I mean, I don't think... Like, I feel like this is one of these things that's, like, it's not going to lead to anything. Like, the fact that, like, we're still... I mean, dang, I guess Tyler and Angela, like, waited until, like, halfway through the season to start their thing, but, I don't really feel like it's gonna lead to anything, but, again, they're both really likable. Do you do drafts for Big Brother? No, I have not. Oh, hey, Circle. Oh, you finished Mass Effect 3. Okay.
Yeah, texts are going over the place now.
Yeah, what'd you think of the ending? It was very controversial at the time.
What's going on?
I've always supported it, though, but yeah, people did not like it. Yeah, I mean, this season has a great cast. Like, I think this cast has probably the highest percentage of good players on it in the history of the show, possibly. Like, I'm trying to think, like, even, like, All-Star seasons. Like, I think if we're looking at this cast, it's like, who's a bad player here? I mean, we got Frenchie, Brent.
Already done.
I think Travis is just kind of just below average. I don't think he's anything like abysmal as a player, but like, again, not good, obviously, but like not terrible either. Considering he's the first boot. You have Brittany, who I don't think is the greatest player in the world. But it's like outside of that, I feel like everyone else is like replacement level or above. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing with the Mass Effect 3 ending, is that I do feel like it is a bit rushed, and I do feel like, okay, what are we doing here?
What did you find on Liara's terminal?
Not much.
I remember like a lot of people particularly hated the fact that like it essentially comes down to that final decision, in like what ending you get, which like again this is a series based around choice, and for like all your choices before that to not really matter. I know people found that disappointing, but I still love Mass Effect 3's. Like I like its ending, I should say. I do think again like replaying it kind of made me realize some things that I don't love, but I still like it more than the average person, I feel like. Even though I feel like nowadays, like, the reception to it's a bit more positive.
Looks like someone didn't
Yeah, back to the Big Brother thing, though. Like, yeah, it's like, we have what? We have Kylan, we have Tiffany, we have Claire. I think all those, all the queens are pretty good players. Specifically Tiffany, obviously, and Kylan. Like Claire, I think has potential, but isn't quite there yet. But again, it's still well above replacement level. You have Alyssa, who I think is a player with a lot of potential as well. Sarah Beth, I'm kind of like iffy on at this point, but I still think above replacement level. Xavier, good player. Christian, probably not the most savvy person in the world, but still, like, I mean,
Let's see what we can find.
I think he is replacement level, but then also has, like, a really good comp record. So at least there's that. And then you have Derek X and Hannah, both really solid players. And, I mean, you have Azza, who's, like, I'm kind of mixed on Azza as a player. Like, I do feel like the fact that she is in the cookout, and it does, at least at this point, seem to be the alliance that is going to be sticking together for a while. I mean, at least that's something. And then, again, same thing with Derek F. Though, again, I think Derek F's probably one of the lesser players this season. But, I mean, still, like, that's a good, like, oh, I didn't talk about Whitney, who, like, Whitney, I think, is replacement level. I think put her on BB21, I think she does very well. I just don't think this is really the cast for her. But I don't think she's, like, an amazing player either. Like, she's very just, like, average.
I'm glad I got
What am I doing right now?
Yeah,
It's the problem with, especially early on in streams, I just, like, have no clue what the fuck I'm doing in the game. Yeah, I mean, like, I would say, like, 10 of these 16 players are above replacement level, which is well higher than normal. Like, even going to, like, All-Stars, it's like there we still had, like, what, like, Marcellus, to be fair, isn't, like, abysmal, but, like, you had Howie, you had, Chicken George, you had, I mean, Jace, though, I think Jace actually got better in All-Stars, but still, I mean, like, it was a lot of people that, did not really show the most acumen the first time around. Where am I going? Whatever. 200 bits. Thank you, Engine, Twitch.
I'm going to review
Again, where am I going?
A doctor she's getting good use out of all that.
Yeah, like, I feel like they needed to set up, with Mass Effect 3, I think they needed to set up the catalyst a bit more. Which, I mean, they kind of do in the Leviathan DLC, but not really. Because they never, like, specifically name it, which I guess they wouldn't want to because they don't want to outright spoil it, but, yeah, I feel like there's definitely wasted potential there. And, like, Mass Effect 3 is also one of these games that was, supposedly, like, a development hell for a while, where it was a lot of, like, changing up things because developers were having issues with things, and I feel like that probably played a factor into how the game ends up playing out. Oh, is this one? Is that really the thing that I had to interact with? Whatever. Do you watch the Winner's Circle podcast? No, I have not. Actually, I did watch I watched the intro of their first episode. I have not actually watched their podcast as a whole.
Looks like you recorded a call.
Oh no, oh, by the way, I haven't talked about this. I'm starting to love Derek F as a character. Like, even though, again, like, as a player, not a great player, I'm starting to love him as a character. And, like, the fact that he is just so grumpy a lot of the time, it's kind of hilarious to me. How do you think Jace would have done if he was on BB Camp 4? Probably not well.
Sounds like we are.
Like, I don't know, I'm like, we haven't seen Jace, like, outside of his, like, intro in BB Camp 4, in a while. Like, we don't know how he's, like, grown since All-Stars. Though, again, if we're looking at his intro, like, I would guess he hasn't grown that much. Which, I would guess he wouldn't do well. I mean, I think Tim was definitely, like, much better position coming into that than Jace would have been.
Offices are located on the 3rd floor. I don't hear.
I'm trying, like, who would he even align with? I mean, I guess, like, I could see him, like, him in Dallas, maybe. But then, like, wasn't Dallas, like, anti-returning at the beginning? I don't remember. Like, either way, it's like, I don't see any, like, unlike Tim, where, like, I think Tim, you have, like, Cassandra there. You have, I think Tim and Nikki obviously got along very well. Like, Tim really just got along well with most of the house early on, and I don't really see that being the case with Jace. Like, I don't see Jace and Nikki getting along. Like, I find that to be a really strange duo. Like, I just don't see who he's aligning with there. I mean, maybe a Jared and, like, a Kelsey and, like, that group. It's like, I don't see it. I mean, he's just, like, so much older than them, too, right? Like, he's already, like, in his 40s at that point, right? So it's like, I don't see it. I don't see it working out well. But I still would have liked to see it happen. I mean, I was rooting for Tim. Like, if I'm, like, I've always liked Jace. Jace has always been one of my, like, favorite pre-jury people from Big Brother. I always, like, really felt bad for him in All-Stars, where I felt like he demonstrated a lot of potential there, but then he kind of gets cut off short. But, like, again, like, I don't think it was going to work out well for him in BB Camp 4. And I feel like Tim, being someone that, like, I've seen on BBAU and, like, being a really fun character, someone that was very strategic on that season, I felt like, for me, there was just so much more potential from Tim. Yeah, I would still say my ranking's 2, 3, 1 for Mass Effect. I did debate 3 being above 2 at a point, but I think at this point I'm probably more in line with 2, 3, and 1. But I think 3 is like a fascinating game, though. When you look at, like, how much interconnectivity there is between that and interconnectivity was not the right word, but whatever. How much, like, how much there is that connects to Mass Effect 1 and 2 within that game, and, like, so a lot of things that, like, you wouldn't even notice most of the time. Like, the amount of work that they put into, like, really small details to have, like, continuity within the series. Like, I think that's something that I have always been impressed by in Mass Effect 3. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought Dallas was, like, very, like, not pro Tim and Nikki. Even though, ironically, like, he needed Nikki, like, to stay in the game, and Tim was, like, one of the main people fighting for him to stay by the end of it. But yeah, I felt like I remembered that he was not happy. Like, he was, like, the main one not happy about them. Okay. Who would your returnees have been for BB Camp 5? This is a video I did want to do at some point, but to be honest, it's so far down the road that I'm like, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, BB Camp 5, like, obviously I wouldn't have picked Dallas. I mean, I think that's, like, an easy one. I feel like for the most part, though, I'm happy with that grouping, especially for, like, a half returnee season. Because, like, I don't think you want, like, winners in there. I don't think you want the best of the best. I think even Netta, to be honest, is questionable to me. Because, like, I do feel like Netta was probably too good for that cast. But, like, I think it ended up working out. I'm trying to think. You got Cassandra, who I think was a perfect pick. Again, Dallas, I would have switched out for almost anyone. Mitch would have been great. I would have loved Mitch instead of Dallas, or... and really, again, like, really almost anyone. Like, I mean, like, I don't hate Dallas. Like, I remember, like, at the time there was a lot of hate for Dallas. Like, I don't hate Dallas. Like, I actually, like, I think Dallas is a really great, like, again, pre-jury character. But it's like, he did not need to be on the next returning season. To me, it's a much more questionable choice for Dallas being there than it was for like David coming back for BB22. But anyway, okay, who's shooting me? Kevin Martin. Okay, fine. Kevin Martin was a good choice. Cindy was a good choice. Again, like not great players at the end of the day, especially like coming into that season, but players that either like had potential or had redemption arcs, or would make really good TV. Bruno was an interesting one. I really liked Bruno. I really like seeing the return of Bruno. He would not have been my first choice, probably. Actually, no, I shouldn't say that. He would have been my choice, but I didn't think he would be production's choice. I think that's a better way of phrasing it. I didn't, like, I was very surprised when we saw Bruno was back. But I was very happy, though, because I really liked Bruno in BB Can 3. Yeah, then BB Can 2, we had, what, Ike and Netta, which, perfect. Again, like, Netta, I think Netta is probably too good for that cast, but fine. I mean, like, especially if you're not going to have an all-star season anytime soon, which obviously now we know that they didn't. Again, fine. And then Gary, kind of same thing as Netta. Not necessarily as a player, but, like, I do think he is very much, like, one of the prime all-stars to pick, but to be on an all-star cast, and, like, to waste him on a half returnee season seems weird, but again, now that we know that they didn't do another all-star season, then it's like, it's fine. I really wish it was, that's the video that I would have done, by the way, is casting BB Can 5 if it was all-stars. That's a video that has been on my list of videos for a while, and definitely something I would like to do at some point. Which, again, I'm surprised it wasn't all-stars. I don't know if they just, like, didn't have enough people. Like, was that the case? Like, they just didn't have, because, like, Emmett and Jillian couldn't have been on there, because they had the Amazing Race contract. Who else? I mean, John could have been on there. I mean, like, I feel like he would have said yes. Again, Sarah probably could have been on there. I think she was doing the sideshow at that point, right? But either way, I mean, I feel like, I don't know. I don't know if they just couldn't get a full all-star cast together and they just said, like, oh, okay, screw it. Let's just do a half returnee season, but that, like, I remember at the time I was very much expecting BB Can 5 to be all-stars, but it just didn't. Yeah, yeah, the final boss, like, that, I think that's another thing about Mass Effect 3 is that's, like, there really isn't that much of a final boss. Like, it's not, like, I feel like, the way that ends, like, with no, like, you obviously have that, like, this long streak of fights against, the Reapers and everything on Earth, but then, like, once you get to the Citadel, it's like, there's no fighting left, and I feel like that can be a bit underwhelming. Though I don't know how it would have worked anyway. Like, I don't know how you work in a fight in there and make it seem natural. Like, it just would have been weird to fight the Elusive Man in the middle of the Citadel. Like, that just would have been fucking weird. And, like, wouldn't really fit the Elusive Man as a character. So it's like, I don't know how you work in a final boss battle, but I do feel like it is kind of weird there isn't, like, a real final boss. Okay, well, that is lovely. Is Zaid dead? Zaid is dead. Well, that's also lovely. Okay, I did not realize I was ammo. Yeah, Tim's HOH week was weird, mainly because it's like he was, like, what, that was the week where he went around to everyone and, like, made them do, like, the BBAU nominations, right? But, like, obviously it didn't really matter because it's like he already knew what he was doing. Like, that's the thing about Tim. Like, Tim, like, a lot of Tim's game is just him trying to mask the fact that he's playing the game. And, like, his HOH is kind of an example of this, like, him trying to pretend like he's not playing the game when he very much is, and, it didn't work out well for him. I mean, like, that was probably peak BB Can 4. I mean, that Tim's HOH week where Dallas goes home. Like, they have this war between Tim and Mitch during that week where they're fighting for Nikki's vote, and Mitch ends up winning that fight. I think that was pretty great to see there.
This should come in handy.
Okay. Heavy pistol damage. Yeah, Netta's eviction episode, all-time great episode of the show. All-time great double eviction. I'm sure I did put number 2, right? My double eviction video. But that's when adding in the triple eviction to it, the BB Can 3 triple eviction, which I think is another all-time great episode of Big Brother in my eyes. I absolutely love the triple eviction. Have you ever considered doing a Nightmare cast for Julie or Arissa? No. Or Dreamcast. I mean, like, have I considered it, like, slightly, but realized it's a bad idea. The problem with doing doing videos based around Julie or Arissa, Arissa's better, but especially Julie Chen, is that she has no opinions. Like, it's not like Jeff Probst, where Jeff Probst, we have a billion interviews, we know his opinions on players, it's easy to do those sort of videos. With Julie, you just can't. Like, there's not enough information out there to really do it in, like, a real way. Like, obviously I could just make up shit along the way, but it's like, there's not a lot to go off of with Julie. And I feel like a lot of it would just be going along with the public perception anyway, because I feel like that's a lot of Julie's opinions anyway, is whatever the public likes. Like, I think she likes, like, Jeff and Jordan. She likes Evil Dick. I think she likes Bren and Rachel at this point. Like, anyone that, like, the public ends up liking, I think she ends up liking. Like, I don't think she has many opinions that differ from the public perception. Again, I think she likes, like, Janelle and Kaser, and she likes Derek and all these other people. Like, again, like, I don't think she has very well-documented opinions that differ from the normal opinions that really make it that interesting. And again, nightmare-wise, it's like, again, same thing. It's like, I just, who does Julie hate? Like, I don't think we have, like, solid things on who Julie hates. Arissa, I think, is a bit more interesting. I think I could put one together for Arissa, but it's just, like, I just don't know if it's really something that I'm too apt to do. Because even then, I still think it's tough for Arissa. Like, I think you could do it, but it's not, it's definitely not as easy as something like Jeff. Are you going to do a first HOH video and see how they played? Potentially. I have that, okay. I have it jotted down as a potential video. Again, like, I see that there's new people in the stream here. I might as well talk about this. I have a list of, like, I don't even remember how many videos this is. I think it's like 800, right? I don't even remember. It's a good, long list of video ideas. It's very long. Most people recommend ideas to me, most of the time I've already thought of that video, and it is on the list already.
Anyone else want some?
Like,
Sit down.
and if it's on the list, again, more than likely it's a video that I would like to do. It's just more so finding the right time to do it. In terms of a first HOH video, again, probably not something for the immediate future. Maybe BB20 time, but again, not anytime soon. I already have the rest of this year scheduled, and going into next year, I feel like there's probably just, like, other Big Brother videos I would rather do first than that one. Okay, but that is definitely something I would like to do, though, at some point. Do you think this season of BBAU could be, like, do I think anyone from this season of BBAU can be best player? Probably not, if I'm being honest. Very few, if there, like, I'm not, like, I'm not super high on any particular player this season on BBAU. Okay, well, that's lovely. Because even the ones that are running the game, I think are running it in a very flawed, what the fuck is that? Are running in a very flawed way. I do not feel great. I mean, again, like, obviously we have a lot of game left. Like, we're only, like, what are we, like a third, not even a third of the way through the season. Okay, well, that's something. So it's like, we still have a lot of game to play, but if I were to guess right now, I would say no. I don't feel great about anyone from Did I say BBAU? Whatever, Survivor AU. Anyway. Friendless Shepherd. You can, like, they really let Zaid live. I'm surprised they even let Zaid live, because you can kill Zaid after Mass Effect 2. Because if Zaid survives the suicide mission in Mass Effect 2, you can and you don't do his loyalty mission until afterwards. You can kill him in the loyalty mission. So I'm surprised that they even let Zaid live. Again, that's the type of playthrough I want to do. That's the type of playthrough I plan on doing. Probably, I mean, as of right now, I think we might just do it immediately after, just kind of get everything Mass Effect out of my system. But we'll see how I feel by the end of this playthrough, see if I'm like fatigued or anything from playing this. But yeah. How do I feel about the big tribal blender tonight on Australian Survivor? What was the tribal blender? I'm trying to remember. Like, I did watch the episode, which, I mean, are we going to talk spoilers? I mean, I guess I might as well talk spoilers. Again, spoiler for Australian Survivor, episode 7. Pretty great episode. Really fun. Great blindside. I do worry that we are... like, it feels like kind of a waste, really. Like, I think the fact that... Okay, I don't know what the fuck I was just doing. Like, the fact that we're getting a swap makes it feel like, what was the point? Like, even though it was a great move at the time, it's like, I just don't know how beneficial it will be to how the season ends up playing out. Okay.
I'm not letting her escape with that data.
Yeah, like, are you talking about Are you talking about Australian Survivor from last time?
Hurry, Shepard, we're losing her.
Okay, cool. I'm an idiot. I didn't pay attention to that.
I'm not letting her escape.
Yeah, like, Arissa doesn't openly say that she dislikes anyone. I'm sure she does. Like, I would be very surprised if she likes Kyle from BB Can 8. I would be... I think there are definitely, like, people here and there. But, I would be very... I find it hard to believe that she, has enough people to do, specifically in Nightmare Cast. Like, a Dream Cast, I think you could do. Nightmare Cast, I don't think.
She's dropping proximity charges.
I noticed.
Yeah, I think Arissa... But I think Arissa's also in this situation where it's like, I think Arissa mostly follows the general consensus. I don't think she has too many opinions that are, like, are well known, that are like specific to her. Like, unlike Jeff Probst, where it's like, yeah, Jeff Probst has a lot. Like, Jeff Probst, like, has, like, these random people that he loves that the general public doesn't give a shit about. Like, I mean, like, he loves, like, Jessica DeBenton, which is, like, such a fucking random one. And he loves, like, Gina Cruz, and he loves, he likes Natalia from David vs. Goliath. Again, like, there's a lot of these, like, people that are very specific to Jeff Probst. And, fuck, I'm an idiot. And that's what makes it, like, so easy to do those sort of videos, while, like, with, again, Julie and Arissa, it's like, I just don't know how they feel about, like, how does, like, Arissa feel about, like, Poppin' Paul Jackson? Like, how does Julie feel about, like, I don't know, like, Jacob from BB Can 9? It's like, or BBQS 9, fuck me. But yeah, like, how do they feel about, like, these more obscure figures? Like, we just don't know. While, like, with Jeff Probst, we kind of know for some of these. And, like, Jeff Probst also, like, we know that he hates, like, Ben Browning. We know he hates Shannon Elkins. We know he hates some of the, like, Dan Foley. It's like, we know, we have solid opinions from him, while we don't have that with a lot of other people. Oh, yeah, what if every season had the edge? Yes, I did add that to the list, yeah. Again, one of the few times that, that is actually a video idea I did not have on there already. Yeah, with Big Brother, it would make more sense to do a production Dreamcast. Yeah, actually, now, like, I have more solid opinions on Alison Grodner than I do, like, and who she loves than Julie Chen. Yeah, like, Alison Grodner, like, there's, like, random people that she loves. Like, there's, like, Frank Udi that she loves. There's, dang, I really, at the end of the day, it's like, she probably does like still end up liking a lot of the general consensus, but again, I think it's definitely more comparable to say Alison Grodner to Jeff than Julie Chen to Jeff. Because I think part of what makes Jeff a bit special too is the fact that he is the executive producer of the show as well. While with Julie, she's only the host and doesn't seem to give a shit about anything else beyond that job. So I think that changes things up a bit and how they view the game. Come on, there we go. Zaid was used because they need someone to fill up the party at the end. Plus he's not... Yeah, I get why they pick Zaid again. My plan is Zaid and Morinth if I do that playthrough of killing everyone. It's Zaid and Morinth and then play Zaid's loyalty mission after the fact to kill him. That way you move on to Mass Effect 3 with only Morinth. And, yeah. Morinth doesn't show up in Mass Effect 3. Even if she's alive. Actually, I believe she does as, like, a dead... Like, as a Banshee, I believe. But, like, she doesn't appear, like, in-game and doesn't do anything in-game outside, like, send you a letter at one point that doesn't really play a factor into anything. Yeah, I think it'll be a lot of fun. Like, I haven't actually, like, seen a lot of these interactions, like, without a lot of the characters being there. So, that's kind of why I want to do it myself. Okay, well, that's all. Oh, yeah, I haven't talked about this. I have finished, I did finish Nier Replicant since I last streamed. Played a lot of Nier Replicant. Finished what I plan on doing, I should say. I finished my first playthrough, and then I did get ending B as well. And then I watched a, so I watched ending C and D, and then I watched, like, a Let's Play of ending E. Which, yeah, I mean, like, I'm coming out of Nier Replicant pretty high on it. I mean, it's not like my favorite game in the world. Like, I still think I like Automata more. I do have issues with how repetitive the game is and how, like, even by the time I was playing ending B, like, or playing playthrough B, like, I really just wanted it to end. Like, it's like, I can't imagine playing through, like, more of the same shit for playthrough C and D and then E also. It's like, ugh. But from what I've actually ended up playing, I did enjoy my time with it. What was that?
Watch out, flashbangs.
And I do plan on making a video on it. Actually, that's kind of what so normally I stream on Mondays. I will say that I'm not 100% on if I will tomorrow or not. And I think part of what's going to decide it is how much progress I get done on that video. Because I would like to write the script. Like, what I usually do with, like, these games is I write the scripts for immediately after I play it. And then, like, obviously, like, with something like this, it's like the actual video is not going to come out for a very long time anyway. So it's like, I'll just wait a while to actually make the video, but I do want to get the scripts written as quickly as possible so that my opinions of it are pretty fresh. So I'm gonna try and spend tomorrow writing the script, and then we will see how long that takes me. If I don't finish it until like 1 o'clock in the morning or something dumb like that, then I probably won't stream, but hopefully I finish earlier than that. I will also say that my work schedule is a bit different this week. And because I should actually have time to stream on Thursday, which I normally am too busy to do so because we have Big Brother, we have South Africa, and I work, so it's like mixing in all those things. It's like usually I don't have time to get around to streaming, but again, work hours are a bit different, so I should be able to catch up on everything in time to also stream. So I'm gonna try to stream this Thursday. We'll see how I feel, but again, that is the plan right now. Yeah, I think Haley played well. I worry that it's kind of a waste that she like went as hard as she did to get rid. Well, all right, let's not get that spoiler. But like, yeah, I feel like it's kind of like, now that we know that we're getting a swap, the fact that she made this massive move just to end up in the swap tribe anyway, like, it does feel like she's kind of exposing herself for very little benefit at this point. Like, I think the move is correct at the time. Like, obviously it's like, with the information that she had and everything, like, it is the optimal move to make. But I do worry it's not going to work out for her because of how the game format is. But we'll see. Again, like, if they end up not swapping for a very long time, if it end up being like what season was it? Was it AU 3? Well, I mean, I guess, well, the Champions vs. Contenders 1. I believe that season didn't swap for a very long time. And, like, if it had been like that, then, like, she would have been set. But because we're swapping now, I do feel like it could backfire on her. To where, like, we'll have to see how the reaction to it is. We'll have to see how the other people blindside feel about it. And if they're gonna, like, want revenge against her or what, or if she's even the one that is painted as the one that made the move. Then I feel like it's hard to not, though, like, based on what we saw in the episodes. Like, how do you not give her the credit for the move? Yeah, I do worry it's not going to work out for her, but I do think it was the optimal play to make at that point. Tom from BB Can 1 would make the list? Would he? Yeah, probably. Oh, did he? Is that really a thing? I don't remember that.
Vizier, it's over.
Yeah, it definitely has not aged well then. Yeah, Ben has or Probst has a man crush on Ben.
Hey you! Come here.
Which again, I didn't fully, I will fully admit this, I was completely wrong on Probst and Ben's relationship pre-Winners at War. Get post-Winners at War, 100% like clear that like Probst is obsessed with Ben, but I did not feel like it was that. Like, I didn't feel like their relationship was that close before that. Like, obviously, like, we knew production liked him on HHH, but I didn't think it was, like, to that extent, to where he says Ben should be on the Mount Rushmore of Survivor, and to where he says that, what was it, that his favorite player is Ben, and stuff like that. It's like, what the fuck? Like, that just felt so bizarre to me, but, whatever, I guess.
Horrific for children. Scars them for life.
I'm going to end you, Vizier.
It's okay, Liara. We'll handle it the usual way.
You want Mariana's little boy to grow up without a mommy, Chef?
Yeah, if only there was Zaid on Survivor AE.
Hiding behind a hostage, Vizier.
That would be even more confusing. But yeah, original Nier was, you could definitely tell, like, even on the original like, when playing, like, the PS3 version of it, it doesn't age particularly well. Like, even at the time, like, I remember, like, one of the biggest complaints with it is, even at the time, graphically, it was really underwhelming. And I do feel like, as a whole, you definitely tell that Nier was, like, kind of, the original Nier was kind of held back by that sort of thing. What happens if Phoebe doesn't get screwed over by a twist? I mean, she makes the merge. I mean, like, she was one vote away. Like, if she doesn't get screwed over by a twist, Christy goes home. She makes the merge. I don't think she has the run that Christy does. I don't think. It's tough, because, like, I think Phoebe, like, radically changes the dynamic of that tribe, where like, we're at the point now where, like, Phoebe is extremely close to Elle and Lee. And I do think Phoebe is probably going to end up being targeted at that point by, like, the Brooke and Flicks of the world, so that they can be closer to Elle and Lee. And, like, I don't feel like she was really set up particularly well. I do feel like if if Elle and Lee could have kept her around for a while, then I do think Phoebe could have, like, reached the end game at that point. Because, like, I do feel, like, Elle and Lee are people that aren't going to flip on Phoebe. And and would have been willing to take her towards the end. And I do think if she gets to the end, she probably has a very good chance of winning, like especially against Lee and against Elle. I mean, at that point, does Elle play the game that she played? And is the jury perception of her the perception that they had, where they looked at her as like a dominant figure? Like I think, like more than likely, I would say that Phoebe goes home within the first few boots after the merge, but I think if she's able to survive those rounds and Elle and Lee are able to, but then like they had to, even in the position that they were in, they had to rely on flipping, which is like, is Flick really gonna flip to a group with Phoebe, Elle, and Lee? Like with Christy, Elle, and Lee, like then sure, because it's like, it's Christy. But it's like, Phoebe is just so much more threatening of a player, and was already perceived to be a very threatening player. So I feel like more than likely it doesn't work out for Phoebe, but obviously it would have been better than what actually ended up happening. You just watched BB. Okay. You just watched BB 13. Your opinion of Jeff has gone down. I mean, like, I never had a high opinion of Jeff as a player to begin with. Like, to be honest, I would say that my opinion of him as a player probably goes up in BB 13. But I mean, to be fair, it's not like it's the same. Like, it's pretty much like he plays pretty much the same game both times. He's just put into a different position, and because of that, he ends up being in a more naturally put into a majority group in BB 13 than BB 11, where like his group ends up being the minority. But he's essentially he plays the same game. Like, I do think, for me personally, as BB 13, if he won BB 13, he would be a more impressive winner than if he had won BB 11. Or again, BB 11, he obviously had to rely on the coup d'etat, which, I mean, I've talked about in the past, like, even though the coup d'etat ends up, like, screwing over Jesse for that one round, like, I do feel like, okay, fine. I do feel like Jesse wasn't, like, geared. Like, Jesse wasn't going to make the end of the game, I feel like, in BB11, even without the coup d'etat. Like, I do think he probably makes, like, Final 5, Final 6, Final 7, like, sort of range, but, the coup d'etat definitely benefited Jeff in terms of numbers, though. Like, it gave him Russell still in the game. But I do think, more than likely, like, I still see Jeff eventually being able to take out Jesse. Especially considering how comps played out. Then again, obviously, you gotta factor in Jesse being there, but... But anyway, I like, that was a complete sidetrack. But yeah, like, I'm more impressed by BB 13 Jeff than 11. He's like, by the time he goes home, like, if Jeff survives that double eviction, he is in a very good position to win the game. Like, if he survives that double eviction, like say that Jordan wins the double eviction, which he came very close to, they would have put up Kalia and Portia. Portia wins veto. Kalia goes home. Doesn't really matter. Once Kalia goes home, it's like you have Jeff and Jordan, obviously unbreakable. Jeff has a very good relationship with Adam. Jeff has a good enough relationship with Rachel to where Rachel won't target him anytime soon. And it's like, you're then left with, what, Shelly and Portia coming after him? Which, I mean, to be fair, Portia wins the next HOH. And, like, Jeff could, like, but then Jeff could win the veto and stuff. It's like, like, from a pure number standpoint, like, he was in a pretty good spot had he survived that double eviction. And again, if he had gotten to the end and won, he would have been a pretty dominant winner at that point. But it's like, still, obviously, like, I wouldn't have liked to see that happen. Oh wait, fuck, that's consuming. Where the fuck is she?
Going silent.
Okay. Yeah, Schroeder definitely is not a. I mean, like I don't know, like I don't know how he is now, but it's like from where he was in BB-13, definitely had a lot of questionable opinions.
Zakat's personal data pad. This has what we need to find the Shadow Broker.
You're dead. The Shadow Broker has been in power for decades. He's stronger than anything you've ever faced.
Is that why you sold out the
Oh,
council?
by the way, something I didn't talk about. The so yeah, my Jeff Probst's favorite player video came out this week, which
Damn good intel over the years. Intel that
which was made months ago, by the way. Like some of these positions, I definitely would have changed now.
Tell yourself whatever you like. The council would never accept you.
Like for for Survivor Gabon, like I'm pretty sure I said Bob, right? Like I don't think that's what I would have gone with anymore. Like I think it probably would have been either Sugar or Maddie. Something I was actually very surprised by watching the finale. Like Jeff seems pretty high on Maddie. Like he seems to like Maddie a lot more than I remembered. So I think that would have been consideration. I would have picked Ozzy for Cook Islands in retrospect. Like he was very high on Ozzy as well. Like there's definitely like certain positions I would have switched out nowadays, but again, this was made months ago.
Eliminate Sony and retrieve the data. Civilian casualties not a concern.
Bazir's dead.
Yeah, you want Christian and Alyssa to go home next week. I'm like, I'm kind of fine with whatever, to be honest, at this point. With BB 23.
Give him time.
I'm not really like super invested in how the game actually plays out. I just want it to play out in an interesting way. And to be fair, that's the way I am with most seasons. Like most of the time, I'm not actively rooting for any individual person. I'm more so rooting for like the gameplay to be interesting and for like the person that played what, in my opinion, is the best game to win the game.
Sounds like a plan.
We're not doing any of these Paragon options. Yeah. Like Christian and Alyssa, like I think this week for me has been kind of frustrating because like they're not making their optimal move. Like even though I do think, oh wait, can I only pick one? Actually, yeah, let's pick Saeed. Fuck it. Like I root for people to play well, and while I do think Alyssa this week has done decent enough work in terms of like re-solidifying her Final Four deal with Claire and Tiffany, which I do think could potentially work moving forward. Work not to actually get to the Final Four, but work in terms of not making her the immediate target, especially because like Tiffany wants to go after Sarah Beth right now. I do feel like I think Alyssa's done like decent enough work, but it's like outside of that, I don't think this is the right move. Like again, getting rid of Whitney for Christian and Alyssa does nothing, and really only gets rid of someone that the majority of the house is already going after. They're essentially doing the house's bidding in a position where a good chunk of the house wants to go after Alyssa coming into next week, which is again not great. Like really, again, like getting rid of Hannah would have been fine. Like ideal, like in an ideal world, I think probably getting rid of someone like a Kyland would be their best move. But it's like it's not happening. I think the most realistic option is again probably getting rid of someone like a Hannah at that point, which they're not doing either. Anyways, I've kind of like we're kind of at a weird point with this season with BB-23, where like the Cookout Alliance is like very clearly becoming the core power structure in the house, where mainly because of Tiffany. Like Tiffany is the one running the show at this point. Like she is the most active player in the game, and she has decided that she is going to try to get the Cookout to the end, which I think is a bad move for her. I mean, not bad move, because like at the end of the day, it's like she's well set up either way. But I do think in an ideal world, like I think getting to the end of Claire, or getting further into the game with Claire, having that potential backup is a much better position for her than getting rid of Claire like in the first few spots in jury, which is what she's currently planning. It's like I don't love like what Tiffany is doing in terms of how she's like fully going all in on the cookout. But by doing that, like, it kind of puts us in a weird spot now, where it's like, for the people not in the cookout, like, their optimal move is to essentially create a, like, all non-black person alliance. Like, it's kind of a weird thing that we're at right now, where, like, obviously, like, the cookout coming together, like, all the black players in the game, like, that's a cool thing to see. But it's also, like, putting it in a position where, like, for people like Claire, and people like Derek X, and people like, whatever, like, all these other people that aren't in the cookout, like, their technical ideal, like, their optimal move right now is to not, like, is to create a counter alliance to that, which is essentially all the not black people in the game. Like, it's kind of a weird position that we're in right now, where it's like, if we want to see, like, people like Christian and Alyssa playing optimally, it's by creating a non-black person alliance. Like, obviously it doesn't have to be branded that way, but it's like, that's essentially what, like, has to happen. Now it isn't going to happen, because I do think at the end of the day Tiffany has a lot of power in the game. I think Kylan has a lot of power in the game. But yeah, it is still a weird thing to be thinking about. Okay, cool. Yeah, Nier Automata is like such a weird, like, in retrospect now, like looking at Nier Automata in comparison to Replicant, it's such a weird thing that it even exists, considering how, okay. How, like, it takes place like thousands of years later, right? Like, that's something about Nier that's like always been so weird to me. It's like the entire timeline of everything. But oh, hey Bryce again. Like, I'm so far behind on chat. I just saw that you got here. Yeah, just talking through a billion different things at once. Yeah, let's just, like, run through. Are you already talking about Lauren O'Connell? Like, it really, like, it really happened that quickly here? Yeah, you wish Jeff didn't get America's favorite. Like, that, I mean, like, the thing is, though, it's like, that was always gonna happen. Like, nowadays, it would not happen. But, like, back then, like, I talked about this before, like, my parents were, like, the ultimate, like, casuals when it comes to Big Brother. They absolutely loved Jeff and Jordan. Like, again, Jeff was just so beloved at the time by the casual audience. And, like, for no real, like, I don't fully, like, get why, either. Like, I guess it's just because, like, he's this, like, athletic, like, attractive guy that was, like, in this, like, showmance that people liked. That's Saeed, right? Yeah, it is. Okay. But, okay, no? We're not going there? Where am I going then? Wait, what? Whatever. Right, let's just get caught up in chat. Yeah, like, I think at this point, like, I feel like more than likely a Cookout member is gonna win here. I think, again, Tiffany and Kylan are, like, number one by a lot. And then... Actually, I'm trying, like, who else? Because, like, I don't know how... Like, I guess Xavier. Xavier would probably be number 3. I did do my power rankings, by the way, and that is the ranking right now for this last week of Big Brother, which is most likely to win. I have Tiffany 1, Kylan 2, Xavier 3, and I don't even remember who's beyond that, but obviously Whitney's at the bottom, and then Brittany is low. I did move Derek F and Ozza up a little bit just because they are in the Cookout, so at least there's that. But again, I don't feel like they're gonna win, but I feel like my opinion of Claire's slightly going down. I still think she has a lot of potential, but I just don't think she's going to end up living up to a lot of it, because she does still seem really loyal to Tiffany for the short term, which, again, like, if Tiffany's plan that she at least had as of a few days ago goes through, then Claire's gonna be gone soon. So it's like, I don't think she's gonna live up to it, but we'll see. How long is this section? It's been going on for a while, hasn't it?
I wonder what happened to the contractors.
Yeah, what do you think of the Final 6 BB Can 9? I mean, I think that was like one of my favorite weeks in recent Big Brother. That was just like incredible to watch. Because everyone was playing terribly. Like, that was like a week where like everyone was making a move that was not in their best interest, which was hilarious. Like, BB Can 9 was such a train wreck. It's hilarious, like how bad like a lot of the gameplay on that season is, which made it so much, like, it made it a lot like really fun to watch. But again, you have like, I mean, do we really want to run through it? Yeah, you have like obviously Jed using the veto on Beth. He gets sent home. You have Beth essentially playing way too hard and it getting back to Tara, and that's why Beth ends up being on the block to begin with, in a position where she should have been completely safe. Okay. You have Kiefer getting rid of Jed to begin with, which was not his optimal move. Even though he makes the plan to get rid of Jed and executes on it pretty perfectly, it's like, that wasn't his best move to begin with. He should not be wanting to get rid of Jed. You have, who is it, Tara, who I think, like, again, makes the bad move putting up Beth, because that was not in her best interest, but also it's like, at the time that she doesn't put up Ty and puts up Brayden instead, like, that's completely opening her up to be blindsided. You have Brayden, who willingly goes on the block, which is ridiculous in that position. And then you have Ty, who, I forgot, what did Ty do wrong that week? I remember there was, like, because I remember, like, everyone did something wrong. What did Ty do wrong? I mean, I guess really it's, like, I think getting rid of Jed at the Final 6. I do think for him it would have been better to get rid of Beth. But then he actively executes the plan to get rid of Jed. So it's like, well, everyone did something wrong. Like, everyone was playing poorly, which is what made that hilarious. Okay, well, I'm about to die, so that's, why can't I move? Okay, well, that's even more lovely. Yeah, I didn't know that Kelsey's from BB Can 4, her sister, was on The Amazing Race Canada, which I have not watched. Yeah, I have not watched I have not watched Amazing Race Canada as of now, which I did say I was going to, like, very early on in the channel, and I just never got around to doing it. And to be honest, at this point, I don't know when I will. I would still like to at some point, but yeah, have not watched Amazing Race Canada. Wait. They put me this far back? Whatever. Okay. Yeah, trying to get caught up in chat. I'm pretty sure I'm towards the end here. Where would Ty land on BB Can winner ranking? I'm pretty sure I have this out there at some, like, I've said this at some point. I don't remember anymore, to be honest. Okay, let's try to take this. I know he's below John. Actually, is he below John? Either way, he's below Dane for sure. Then I think you have this tier of John and Paris, where I think he lands. I don't know. I don't remember what I landed on, like, where he is within that tier, but I know he's not in the bottom tier. Like, he's above Jillian, he's above, like, Sarah Hanlon, he's above Kevin Martin, he's above the Pax Bros. But yeah, once we get to Paris, John, Ty, I feel like that's like the spot for him. I don't remember where I landed. I feel like I landed him below John, but I might be wrong on that. Okay. Like it's weird because it's like he never. I mean, BB Can 9 is just such a train wreck to really assess like the gameplay of the season, because it's like, who really had control on that season? Like, no one really had a great grasp on the game, but it's like the sauce like technically did through competitions, but like the problem is that like if they had lost a competition, or one of their allies, and like Victoria and Kiefer, who were keeping them safe, like if any of them lost competitions, like then Ty and Jed would have been on the block like so easy, like. And at that point, it's like Ty definitely has a chance of going home. Like Ty was the target weeks 3 and 4. It's tough. It's tough to really do it, but I feel like he would be in that tier. I haven't decided where. House Rider South Africa. It's fine. I mean, last episode was kind of just eh. I pretty much said, like I said that. Spoiler for South Africa. I did say that Sean was going to go home, and he did. Kind of uneventful, but I do think it's an episode that sets up a lot that could be very interesting moving forward in terms of certain dynamics, especially with like a Nessu and her being someone's like playing the middle at this point. Santoni as well. I feel like there's a lot of interesting setup here. I'm not feeling great about Tyson anymore at this point. I feel like Tyson's definitely being set up for a fall. Where again, like coming into the merge, like I felt like the top 3 for me were Tyson, Santoni, or Tyson, Nessu, and Rainier. I feel like at this point, Tyson's one of those 3 that I feel the least confident about. Rainier's, like, and Amy has jumped back up into winner contention for me. Even though I don't think she's had, like, a great edit in the grand scheme of things, like, she's still there. Like, I think, like, in terms of winner contenders, you got, I think Nessu, Rainier, Amy, for me, are, like, my top 3 at this point. Even though I think Rainier definitely has holes in his edit. I'm too fair, they all have holes in their edit, but, I feel like Nessu's is, the least flawed. And then, again, Amy and Rainier, I think both have holes, but I do think they're, like, kind of next tier. Then I think you have Tyson, probably, and then I think you have Santoni. And then beyond that, I just don't see any of the other ones having a chance at this point.
This lightning rod is on a rail. Do you see a switch?
Where? Oh. Didn't that thing go up there. Whatever. Who's on the winning side? I mean, they're really... I mean, like, Tyson technically has control of the game right now. Technically. Like, he is the leader of the majority group. The problem is that he has people on the bottom of that group that are very willing to flip on him. And Rainier... Like, something I find so fascinating is that Rainier doesn't seem to be perceived as the leader of his alliance. Like, it's so bizarre to me that it's like, no one is targeting Rainier. It's like, how are you not targeting Rainier in this position? Like, why are you getting rid of Sean over Rainier?
It's locked.
But, yeah, I mean, I do feel like, I feel like Rainier has a better chance of winning at this point than Tyson. Which, to be fair, I said this even a long time ago, that I felt like they were set up for, like, a Rainier-Tyson battle, that Rainier was gonna win. And I kind of still feel like that's kind of the case.
It's illegal even on Ilium. It didn't come with a warranty.
This mission's getting really fucking boring, by the way. Can we just finish this already? Does Nicole Franzel, Christy Bennett, and Michelle Fisher? Again, like, I think Nicole is... Well, if you're saying for the audience. Nicole Franzel was, yeah, underwhelming outcome for the audience. I think gameplay-wise, I have a lot more respect for Nicole Franzel's game than the other two that are mentioned there. But yeah, I think and Nicole Franzel. Well, actually, no. Michelle was probably the biggest disappointment of the three. I feel like from a casual audience standpoint. But yeah, Nicole was not well received. Though I do think Nicole still had her fans, because like Nicole was very popular after BB16. I do feel like she still had some of those fans left, so it wasn't like an absolute, it wasn't like Michelle, where I think Michelle co-wrong. I feel like you had a lot of the casual audience like not knowing how Michelle won. While with Nicole, again, it wasn't entirely bad, but it was definitely like mostly bad, because like Paul, again, was very popular at that point. Almost everyone was wanting Paul to win. I mean, to be honest, even then, like, I remember, I was rooting for Paul to win in BB18. Even though I didn't think he played... Like, I think... Oh, fuck off. For sure, Nicole played the better game, BB18. But I do think Paul had the better story. And that's kind of what I was rooting for at that point. What the fuck is that? But yeah, I remember even I was rooting for Paul at that point. But yeah, Christy, like, I don't think Christy's win was that like hated by the general public. I think they very much showed Christy in a sympathetic light to where I think in comparison to the other two, I don't think her win was as hated by the casual audience. As much as it was disliked by, like, I think like the super fans of the show. But even then, like, I mean, people didn't like Lee either, like the super fans. So it's not even like I can say that like the super fans hated Christy winning. Because again, people hated Lee. Because people, well, I should say the super fan community hated Lee because of him representing this mateship sort of thing. Oh fuck! Wait, that's an enemy? Oh, I was thinking that was Liara. Oh, well, this is lovely. This is obviously working out exactly as I wanted it to. Fuck off. Let me get over here into cover. Well, that's lovely. Oh wait, that's fucking Zaid again. I'm not paying attention. Yeah, there's a decent amount left of this DLC. They still have the Shadow Broker fight, which I'm too fair. That doesn't take that long. But I do think for the most part this is a great DLC though. But again, like I do think the combat sections can go on for a bit too long. Which, at the end of the day, the combat for me in Mass Effect is not my favorite thing in the world.
There, the hatch is open.
Especially, like, I think Mass Effect 3, like, greatly improves the combat system to make it a lot more playable. Yeah, 2 is not my favorite. And 1's worse, so at least it's not 1. I think Lisa from BB3 was underrated. Yeah, like, I think the same thing. Like, I think she's underrated, but like, I would have voted for Danielle. But like, I fully understand why Lisa won. I do think Lisa had a lot more agency in her winning in a bitter jury than like most other situations. And to be fair, she didn't even she didn't fully win in a bitter jury either. Like, she had people that were voting for her as well. Yeah, Lisa's definitely not a horrible player. Like, Lisa is a, I don't know when I'll get around to doing this and, like, a ranking of every Big Brother player, but, like, Lisa's for sure in the top, like, I don't know, top 25 for sure, I would think. I don't know, actually. Either way, like, she's definitely, like, within the upper echelon. Like, she's not, again, she's obviously not top 10 for me, but But she's not like anywhere close to the bottom of the list by any means. For sure top 50, I know. Like for probably like top 30. I think like beyond that it's like kind of like I don't know where she lands, but okay. I think she's someone that, like, we saw her play again. I feel like she has a lot of potential to move much further up, but with the one game we saw from BB3, I think it's tough to put her like top 10 or anything. Okay. What the fuck? Whatever. But yeah, like if I were to do a player ranking of for Big Brother, which I do plan on doing at some point, where a player ranking for the winners. I mean, like I'm pretty sure she's like top half, right? It's like I feel like there's definitely like when we get to player ranking, I feel like there's definitely players like there are winners I have above her in the winner ranking that would be lower. Like Steve for sure is lower. I think you for sure have like Jackson lower. I'm trying to think of who else. I mean, actually, I guess there's a debate for Jackson because like Jackson's just like he is very good at the type of competitions that would typically be on Big Brother, but then again, competitions it's still high variance. I mean, yeah, probably Lisa's higher. I would say Lisa's still higher. It's not like Lisa was a slouch in competitions either. Okay. And I just feel like Lisa's just so much better socially and okay, what the fuck was that? I was like stuck in the corner there. Okay. Okay, what the fuck was that? Yeah, Josh voting for Lisa, I think that's a lot of, like, I don't know, peer pressure is the right words? But I think it was a lot of, like Danielle was the bad person, so I guess I'll vote for Lisa. But, I think Josh is one of those that if it was a sequestered jury, I think he for sure votes for Danielle. I think a lot of people say that like Danielle lost because the jury was in sequester, which I don't agree with, but there are definitely votes that would go her way. Oh, you could see Farron from here? Oh, he's okay. He's no fucking idiot. Yeah, you got. I think Amy. I don't know why I just did that. I'm just an idiot. I think Amy switches her vote. I think. Josh switches his votes. I don't think Marcellus was ever voting for Danielle. I don't think Roddy was ever voting for Danielle. Kiara, I think, is in the middle. I think, again, Sylvester Jury, she would still have the time to talk to Roddy. I think that could flip her to voting for Lisa, but I think naturally her thought was to vote for Danielle. So it's like,
Hold on. We're getting
like I think Lori's another one that could be in the middle. Like there's definitely like people that were probably more willing to vote for Danielle there, but let's see. Yeah, BB3 is a great final three. Again, that's another one that I thought about doing. Is like ranking every like final two, every final three, that sort of thing. From all these shows, haven't really got around to doing that, but yeah, I feel like BB3 would be one of the top final threes.
If he left you alive for us to find.
I'm trying to think, like, what other final three is there where like all three of them are like good players?
Central operations is down the hall. You know the shadow.
I mean, I guess like BB22.
Counting on it.
Like you have Nicole, Cody, Enzo.
I'll try not to go anywhere.
It's like BB21's. I mean, too fair, like BB20 is also actually not terrible. I wish Casey was more strategically aware of the game, but
Bionics on the field.
It's probably not not a terrible grouping there. But then you have like BB-19, and then you have Josh and Christmas. I mean, Christmas isn't like, I mean, really, Josh and Christmas aren't like terrible at the end of the day, but it's like not like they wouldn't be in contention to be towards the top. BB-18, you have James there. BB-17, you have Liz there. Which, I mean, Liz isn't terrible either, but like, I'm not really on the same level. 16, you obviously have Victoria. So, like, I feel like most situations you have, like, one bad player that ruins it. 15, you have Gina Marie. 14... I mean, I guess it matters how you assess Ian, but even then, Danielle's not great either. Yeah, either way, I like BB3 is definitely high up there. Are we at the Shadow Broker? Oh, we are. Okay, I thought that was longer for some reason. If Flick doesn't flip, does Brooke win? Maybe. I'm trying to think, like, if Flick doesn't flip, Elle goes home, right? Which means we get to a final... Didn't Lee win out, though, for a while? I think, like, Lee won,
Not
like...
reckless, just determined.
I think he won Final 6 and Final 5 immunities, right? Which, if that's the case...
All her death cost me was time.
Expendable like Farron.
But then in this situation, like...
Your interference.
Are we just saying that Flick never
Farron
flips?
betrayed me when he handed you Shepard's body. The drill is
Because it's like... I think a lot of the game relies on Brooke... Because, like, Brooke 100% trusted Flick. And, like, Flick was the person she was going to... for everything. So it's like... If we're saying that, like, she's still trusting the wrong person, then... Like, that just leaves so many possibilities for her being potentially blindsided. Where it's like, I feel like Matt, for sure, is willing to flip on Brooke in a Final 5 situation if Flick's on board as well. Like, let's say Lee wins immunity, they vote out Christy, Lee wins Final 5 immunity. Like, I feel like at that point, like, Flick and Matt are probably flipping on Brooke anyway. So it's like, more than, like, I don't feel like she gets to the end either way. But if she does, then she's very highly rated. Like, she's below David, but I'm too fair. Like, would she be below David? I mean, like, again, like, if she's uncontested the rest of the way, then I think she might be above David.
You travel with fascinating
I think the only thing knocking her down would be her early game, but like David's early game wasn't. Well, I guess David's mid game wasn't great. So it's like, I think there's a serious debate if she goes uncontested. Now, I think if it's a situation where like she has to win out at the end, then I think she probably ends up being below David. But I think she's number 2 for sure if she does win the game from that point. Do you think Christian's making himself too much of a comp threat? Probably. It doesn't seem like it's affecting him right now, though, which is interesting. Where there was talk about targeting Christian, but it does look like it's gone back to targeting Alyssa. Which is like, why? Like, Christian is very clearly very talented for the type of competitions Big Brother has. Like, I think just in general, I have so much faith in Christian winning any given competition more than any other person on this cast. And the fact that they're not going after Christian when, like, they're not planning on, like, actively working with him too far into the game, like, is kind of insane. Like, for sure they should be targeting him. And to be fair, I don't think he's done anything to perpetuate that either. Like, I don't think he's done anything particularly well to make him not the target. But it's just like, for some reason they just have this perception of Alyssa that she is this like that she is this like very dangerous player. Which, I mean, to be fair, she is, but I think they're like building her up to be more dangerous than what she is. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I'm gonna move around a little bit here, but yeah. I see you later, Jacob. Wait, what's going on? Oh, okay. Sorry, I like looked away from the screen for a second. I was like, are we in gameplay?
Then we do this the hard way.
Why is Jackson so hated? I mean, because he's like had a lot of microaggressions. I don't think he outwardly, like, does he ever outwardly say anything? I don't really remember anymore. But yeah, a lot of like either microaggressions. He also like treats Holly particularly poor, like Holly and Kat particularly poorly. Does not seem like a very pleasant person. Okay, well that's lovely. To be fair though, I think Jackson, like, no matter what like Jackson did, I think Jackson was always going to be hated just because he's Jackson. Like again, he's a a straight white athletic alpha guy that's very bro-y, someone that is again, pretty much like everything like Twitter would hate anyway. Because again, like essentially Christian right now is essentially playing into this like Jackson mold, but like he's not the like he doesn't have like the racial like undertones. He doesn't have like all these other things that are like bad about Jackson. Yet people still hate Christian. So it's like I feel like no matter what, Jackson would have been hated. But again, the reason why he's hated as much as he is, obviously, a lot of these other situations, and also this like perception that production loves Jackson is also a thing that played into it. Where again, like for like if people were saying that like Jackson was getting preferential treatment because of like he would eat when he was in the shower, and people were saying, "Oh my God, he's cheating" and stuff. It's like, for me personally, it's like I don't give a shit. Like it's like that's, for me, have-nots is such a like a minuscule thing in the game of Big Brother. It's like, who gives a shit that like someone's like cheating on have-nots? But and they were very upset at that thing as well. And again, like now we know that the reason why they were treating him the way he was is because he was recovering from drug addiction when he was in there, and they were essentially like trying to keep him like from not having like a mental breakdown the entire time. But that's also something we didn't know until more recently, which is also very irresponsible of production to even allow him on the show to begin with. Come on, die already. Ugh. Thank you. It's so dumb that you have to go up to him, punch him. Yeah, that'd be hilarious. Like, I think that'd be hilarious if Christian won out from this point. If like him and Alyssa or something like completely won out from this point forward, like that'll just be hilarious. Like obviously it wouldn't be indicative of any like real great game. But I mean, to be fair, if Christian wins out from this point forward, like he clearly like has a knack for the competitions. Like it's like at a point where like I think you have to factor that into his assessment as a player and everything. But yeah, it definitely would not be a popular way for the season to play out. Yeah, BB12 Final 3 is really good too. Yeah, Hayden, Enzo, Lane. I'm trying to think, like, what do I even think of Lane as like a player in the grand scheme of things? Because like he was good socially, right? But like he wasn't like well integrated. Like I don't know, it's kind of weird. Too much like again, like a lot of these older Big Brother, I would say 13 and before. I don't have like the greatest memories of like the ins and outs of the seasons in terms of how people were perceived. Again, like obviously, like I remember what was on the show and like base my opinions based off what was on the show. But it's like in terms of like live feed related things and like how like people actually felt and how the game actually played out. It's like that sort of stuff I don't have as great of a read on in earlier seasons of Big Brother. I mean, to be fair though, like Lane supposedly beats Enzo, so I guess like again, like yeah. I mean, overall, this is a good, solid final 3.
Resume standard procedures.
I want a status report on all operations within the solar day.
Shadow Broker out.
I do think Lane is probably the least important to the brigade, though, right?
Emotions. It's you.
Because like you have Matt, who essentially formulated their strategy. You have Hayden, who executed after they decided to flip on Matt. You have Enzo, who brought the group together to begin with, and then you have Lane, who was kind of just there.
It'd be nice to have access
And was
to
actually
information.
planning on flipping on them at the final 4 anyway.
I'm not sure.
Or like flipping on them to take Brittany further.
I'm not sure about any of this.
So it's like, I mean,
I had to do it. With
he was
the
there.
Shadow Broker's information,
What are microaggressions? It's saying, essentially like
I can
being racist without being outwardly racist. It's like doing things that are definitely racially motivated, but without like outwardly like saying racist things. Yeah, like the have-nots aren't even on the show anymore. Like they don't care. I mean, which again, like who cares? Like who really cares about have-nots? Like I'm sure the only reason they keep them is just in case something ends up mattering.
You've been running yourself ragged for 2
Because like,
years.
is there anyone out there that really cares that much? Like, I'm sure there'll be an outrage if they got rid of have-nots. I'm sure there'll be like BB Twitter would be like so upset, but it's like realistically, it's like it doesn't matter anymore.
options.
Um,
No safeguards or user restrictions. It's like he never anticipated anyone but himself.
yeah, Derek X.
It's all
I feel like at this point he's definitely like one of the top fan favorites, right? It's like him, Tiffany, and I guess Hannah. Are probably like BB Twitter's like favorites. I'm talking about. Which, by the way, like I love like how upset Twitter is at Sarah Beth right now. It's so hilarious to me. It's like, how dare Sarah Beth try to make a move that's in her best interest? It's like, okay, it's just hilarious to me that people are hating on Sarah Beth because she's trying to go after Hannah. Which again, she's doing it poorly. Like, I mean, like, she is going way too hard, despite the fact that she recognizes that people aren't receptive to it. But it's still, it's like,
Thanks, Leon.
it is in her best interest to get rid of Hannah this week. And the fact that, like, BB Twitter is, like, so upset at her is just, like, it's so dumb.
Visitors.
Would BB Twitter like Mike Holloway? No, he would not. Mike Holloway, I don't know if you know much about Mike Holloway, but I can assure you BB Twitter does not like Mike Holloway. Mike Holloway, if you don't know, is very conservative and has very openly stated a lot of his opinions on Twitter, which even back during during Worlds Apart, a lot of people were very anti-Mike because of that. So again, nowadays it's like for sure he would not be well liked from Twitter.
Terminals with information I think you'll find interesting. Take a look.
Yeah, food comps were always pointless. Thank God they got rid of them. I mean, like, again, like a lot of people like complain about like the wild card comps and like all these like sore twists, but it's like, I mean, at least we're not getting food comps. Like, at least these comps actually matter to the game. It's like, yeah, it's like they can mess with the game, and ideally we wouldn't have those either, but it's like I would rather have those than food comps, which literally don't matter. These, again, they feel the need to fill up screen time with the competition for some reason. Yeah, like BB22, yeah, I did like that. Yeah, they're not doing that this time, right? Because of the teams and everything. Yeah, BB22, well, it was the previous have not got to pick the next one, right? But yeah, that was a pretty interesting way to do it.
I'm a bit overwhelmed, to be honest.
Alright, so we're done with the Shadow Broker DLC. That took us, what, an hour and a half? That's not too bad.
Here, come on.
I feel like last time it took me, like, more than that.
He had top-level access to the
Yeah,
Turian and Asari governments.
Should you DM Frenchie again? Probably not. I would say not, but, I mean, if you want to, then go ahead.
That's just it. In a
I
way,
love Sarah
I
Beth.
feel
Like, to be honest, the more and more time goes
working
on, like, the
my
more and
own
more,
hunting for
I do really like Sarah Beth, especially like I love this dichotomy of like her like super sweet persona, and then like all of a sudden she would just like go off and like be like super aggro and like trying to target Hannah, or like there's that clip on Twitter that's been going around of like her saying like "fuck you" to production when they were like calling her out for taking a nap and stuff. It's like I love Sarah Beth. I do not think she's long for this game though. I think she is going to be like, I would not be surprised if she's the next boot. Again, like at this point we've had pretty much anyone that Tiffany wanted to go has ended up going home, and right now Sarah Beth is Tiffany's target. So I think unless Sarah Beth or like Alyssa win HOH, I think Sarah Beth is more than likely the next boot, but we'll see. I do really like her. Yeah, Mike Holloway and Meg being engaged is weird. Like whoever would have thought that combination would have worked out. Especially because like Meg actually like moved like from New York to Texas, right? To be with Mike, which is like also kind of an insane thing. Because I believe they just like met at like a charity event, right? No, fuck you. You're not going on Normandy.
Let's keep it professional.
Yeah.
Of course. I understand.
Oh yeah. I guess there are like Kathy getting stuck in the caramel. Is that like the only good moment? I feel like it's like one of the only good moments from Food Cops. I mean, Twitter like just I mean, Twitter's very emotional. Like the general consensus on Twitter is a very emotional based thing where I mean, again, Twitter loves Hannah right now, and I think anyone that targets Hannah is instantly dead to them, essentially. Like, I think even if like Tiffany were to target Hannah right now, I think Tiffany would become hated. I think that's kind of the point where we're at. What does this do? I don't think that. Okay, I'm not gonna bother with that. I think we'll just continue on. Yeah, I don't really have a set goal of like what I exactly want to be doing in this episode here. Okay, let's just receive that. Why not? We'll just make more progress towards finishing this. I would like to finish it by probably like the end of the week. Again, like if I am gonna do this like other Mass Effect playthrough where I try to kill everyone, then I kind of don't want to be like wasting too much time here, because like, and we've been playing Mass Effect for a while already. But yeah. Yeah, BB-22 is definitely disappointing. I think coming into it, oh, Garrus won't stuck. Yeah, I think coming into it, I still thought that cast had a lot of potential, but it just played out in the worst possible way. Largely because I think they got very unlucky. Like, and you can bash like production all you want, but it's like I feel like they just straight up got unlucky with like comp results. Where like there were so many times where like the final two in a HOH would be the best case scenario and a bad scenario, and then we ended up getting the bad scenario instead of like a Janelle HOH or a Case or HOH or Nicole Anthony HOH or like any of these HOHs that would have changed things up. We just kept on getting like pretty by the number HOHs, and even then they got unlucky with like Tyler wanting to quit the game and like all this stuff. It's like it again did not play out in the best possible way.
I found a lead on him. There's a specialist on the Citadel named
You're predicting she'll be first jury member? I could see that. But again, like I mean, she could like. It looks like she's going to be targeted next week. Which, if that's the case, she's going to be the penultimate jury member. I believe Tiffany's current plan right now is Sarah Beth and Claire.
I'll stay in touch with
Or at least that was her plan a few days ago, was to do Sarah Beth and then get rid of Claire immediately afterwards so that she can appease Kylan and try to make a duo with Kylan. Which would put Claire as the first jury member at that point, which I think that seems kind of likely to me as well. I forgot, she like had the full boot order. I'm trying to remember who it was at this point. Because it was obviously Whitney this week, Sarah Beth, Claire, and then obviously Final Six Cookout. I believe Brittany was like pretty late into the boot order too, which was kind of weird. Either way, well, I mean, we'll just go. It doesn't really matter. Does production like SB? I don't know. I mean, like, she hasn't been, like, that prominent on the show. I don't think they dislike her, but I don't feel like they're, like, one of their favorites. Actually, like, who is production's favorite right now? That's something I would like to... Like, I feel like it was Frenchie right off the bat. I feel like they liked both Frenchie and Brent is the... Like, until the point where, like, Brent obviously, like, had his massive downfall coming, then they were like, okay, fuck Brent. Let's just throw him under the bus. But, like, before that, like, he was getting, like, a good edit for, like, no reason. So I feel like those two they liked. I don't know who outside of that. Like, who's been getting consistent content despite them not being that important? Because, like, I feel like Xavier's gotten a lot of recent content, but like that was largely because he was like HOH, and before that he was like one of the least had one of the smallest confessional accounts. Where am I going here? I guess it would be Tiffany. I mean, they clearly like Tiffany, but then again, I feel like just Tiffany's just so likable to begin with. Because I mean, Claire's gotten very little edit. I don't like Kylan's gotten a decent edit, but again, I feel like that a lot of that was like a necessity more so than because they actually like him. Where are we going right now? I think we'll save them for last. Do I want to do that though? Because if I save Thane and Samara for last, then do I have to like waste time doing nothing to try to get them to get their loyalty missions? I mean, Tali. We're gonna save Tali for last. You know what? Let's get Samara and Thane now, so that we can unlock their loyalty missions, and then we'll still save Tali for last because I just think it's funnier to do it that way. Yeah, so let's get Samara first. I rarely do that. Yeah, like recently there has been a no napping rule, which I don't believe was the case for a very long time. Like BB Can has always had a no napping rule, but I believe BBUS, like that's like kind of a more recent thing. Like, which I get why production would want them to stay awake, but I do think it can also harm how active players are in the game. It's like kind of a similar thing with like Survivor and like giving the players like nothing, like no supplies and everything. It's like I know a lot of people like want the like conditions to be hard on players, but it's like I feel like all you're doing is like lessening the chance that we get like actual good gameplay, because like instead of focusing on the game, these people are going to be so focused on like surviving. Like that stuff isn't as interesting to me. So where am I going again? Yeah, I forgot. Player ranking for BBUS. I believe number 1 is Dan. To be honest, I don't remember myself. Again, like I don't remember my own videos. Like, again, like I do a lot of research going into the video, but like once the video's made, it's like I don't have like a great memory of like where each placement is. I'm pretty sure number 1 Big Brother is Dan though. I do think there is a serious argument for me though for Cody at this point. But Dan, I would say, is number 1. Is this wait? Let's we need the just the car. No, that's transportation. Okay, this one's Thane. Okay, yeah. So we gotta go to the other one. But yeah, why is Hannah so beloved? I think just because she's like this like fun, snarky character. I think she's someone that like. I think she's pretty much exactly what BB Twitter would want. Like, again, this like person of color who is very like I don't even know how you really describe it. Like someone that like doesn't like that is very real, I guess. Like that doesn't fake things. Like is very
I'm looking for an Asari warrior named Samara.
Wait, why? Do you have a problem?
I don't really know how to really word it. But like someone that doesn't hold back their words when it comes to Like, yeah, like it's bad. Like I think there are elements of it that is like bad play on Hannah's end. Like I think Hannah, I think it'll be interesting to see how Hannah plays out, because I do think Hannah does come off very cold to me in terms of her as a game player, which I do think is harming her general perception in the game. But yeah, I think that is kind of why people like her, though. Like, I think, like, the confessional tonight of her, like, saying about Christian, like, she doesn't care to learn about, like, to get to know Christian. I think that's, like, exactly why people like her, is because of stuff like that. I mean, like, David for BB-22, I wasn't upset about David for BB-22. I'm like, again, like, there's better options, but it's like, I think if we're really, I think David would have been a good second chance candidate. And, like, him being on All-Stars, it's like, whatever. Like, it's fine. Like, if they, like, I'm, like, obviously they wanted him to add diversity to their cast. He was also someone from the most recent season. He was someone that was, like, massively screwed over, and they wanted to give him a real chance. Like, I feel like there was enough there to where, like, it didn't, like, it wasn't the most upsetting choice to me. Like, Christmas is, like, I don't know. I don't know why she was on there. Even though I think Christmas is a better player than most people give her credit for, but I don't know why she was on there. But whatever. Who's the better player? JC, Frankie, Tommy? I don't know. Probably Tommy? Again, player as in, like, most consistent in the game, I think probably Tommy, then Frankie, then JC. But I think in terms of the games that they played on their individual seasons, it's probably... Actually, I don't know. I think in terms of their games, it's very close. I think Tommy had a very dominant first half and then kind of loses control, but despite him losing control, he still wasn't targeted until the final 5, which I think that's impressive in its own right. You have Frankie, who was part of the dominant alliance with Derek. It's just that Derek kind of outplays him the entire time, and he never really... And he had, like, some poor social play at points, and some poor strategic decisions at points too, with him, like, wanting to get rid of Zach, and again, social play in terms of losing people like Caleb and stuff due to him getting too cocky.
Nice guns.
But he
use them in my district. What can I do for you?
He probably had more control throughout more of the game, but then he does get very lucky. Yeah, I would say Tommy above Frankie, and then, like, JC is weird because it's like he was very integral in making a whole bunch of massive moves in the game, but it's like the problem is that those moves didn't really benefit him at the end of the day, and more so benefit Tyler, who he was assuming was gonna take him to the end, but it turns out it's not the case. So I don't know. It's like I feel like probably the answer is Tommy, though, and then probably Tommy, Frankie, JC is the realistic answer. You thought Tiffany and Claire are close? They are close. The problem is that Tiffany wants to remain loyal to the cookout and is willing to let go of Claire because she is being looked at in a very blatant duo with Claire. So she's willing to get rid of Claire to, one, lessen that target on them as a duo, but also to align with Kylan, where she has a final 2 of Kylan that she seems to want to remain true to at this point. Not entirely sure on that, but, like, she seems to be, like, working in a way that would lead to her and Kylan getting to final 2. So she, well, I believe, again, her plan earlier in the week was to get rid of SB next, and essentially, like, as a way to show her trust to Kylan, for Kylan losing SB, who is his closest ally outside of the cookout, Tiffany was going to let go of her closest ally in Claire. So that's kind of what's been going on there. Derek X, in terms of content on the show, Derek X is getting a lot of Derek X for the first 2 weeks was getting pretty much nothing outside of when he was winning veto, and then recently he's been getting a lot more content. So I feel like he's someone that probably is growing on them. How do I still not have a sniper at this point? This is ridiculous. Wait, when did I get this? Oh wait, that's the particle gun. Never mind. Okay, yeah, we're still good. Yeah, I think Derek X is definitely someone that's probably growing on them. But his edit was pretty quiet for the first little bit, though. Ozza Derek F Final 2? Ugh, what's that guy? I think Ozza probably wins, at least, as of right now.
Naya told us to let you through. Watch
It's
yourself.
weird. Like, I feel like that would be such a weird Final 2, though. It's like... I feel like probably Ozza wins, but like I don't think I feel like Ozza probably loses against most other people at this point. Like I think in general the Jokers just don't have respect in the game right now, to where I feel like it's gonna be very tough for any of them to win. Even with the cookout, like the cookout has made this agreement to where if any of them get to the final 2 with someone not in the cookout, then they will vote for the cookout person to win. Which is also, by the way, a ridiculous fucking thing to even bring up, considering this is just incentivizing the people in the cookout to not take each other to the end. But that is the agreement that they've made. Which again, through that, I do think... I think that's really Ozza and Derek F's only shot at winning if they're not against each other. Or against like Brittany again. Like I think. Wait, are we ready to Samara? I thought there was like a much bigger gap here, but whatever. Which, by the way, something weird that I didn't find out until recently is that the voice actress for Samara is the mom of Billie Eilish, which is like really weird. Like that was just such a random thing to find out. But yeah.
What was the name of the ship she
I do feel like I don't feel great about Ozza or Derek F winning. And again, even if they're if you have like Ozza versus like Christian or Ozza versus Alyssa, it's like are they going to vote for Ozza in that situation? I feel like just in general, Christian and Alyssa have more respect within the game. And like especially if we get to like a Derek X, like Derek X against Ozza, like are they really gonna vote for Ozza over Derek X?
Commander Shepard.
Like I just feel like I don't feel like that agreement is gonna hold in most scenarios. Again, like I think if you're like Ozza or Brittany, it's like I mean yeah they can vote for Ozza over Brittany. Like I don't think that's that hard to do. But I think when we're like comparing Ozza to a player that played a much more aggressive game, I do feel like it's gonna be tough to really get her to vote there.
I must find the name of the ship she left on before the trail goes cold.
I wish you were willing
Yeah, I think that's also a tricky thing. I actually hadn't thought about that. Yeah, like if the cookout here is successful and they do make it to the end, like are we going to have future seasons where like they're going to target the black players because they succeeded here? Like I feel like that's also a worrying prospect.
After that, I must return to the investigation.
I won't be able to release you that soon.
You won't be able to stop me.
Will at 5? I still feel pretty good about that. To be honest, I think there's an argument for him being lower in my eyes. I've never been a big Will fan in terms of his gameplay. At least in terms of like in the grand scheme of Big Brother. Obviously he's a very good player, but I think when we're comparing it to like a lot of other players that we've seen, I feel like again, Will's BB2 game to me is not good. I don't think it's a good game. And then even BB4, like he has very blatant, or BB7, he has very blatant holes in his game that I've just never been a massive Will fan.
Hello, Earth Clan. If you're interested in weapons, I have a fine selection. Unfortunately, I am not open for business right now.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I think that's something they probably
Why are the mercs after
like the
you?
something to prove thing for BB22's
Nothing about
cast.
any mercenaries or clan. I'm merely an innocent merchant.
It's like I feel like
trying to
that's
make
probably
his way
something
in
that they
life.
decided on after the fact. like I feel like that's something that they didn't come into casting thinking that, oh yeah, that's the thing that we're gonna go for. But I think by the time they like the cast was starting to get formulated, I feel like yeah, that's probably a thing that they were doing.
Got angry mercs
Because like
after
I think like
and
right
now
at the
this
beginning,
sorry Justicar.
like for sure they were trying to get Will, Dan, Derek,
I smuggled a chemical
Vanessa,
on Ilium that boosts
Rachel,
biotic powers in combat.
and all these other bigger names, and all of them like obviously had either said no or like had issue. Like obviously Rachel was pregnant. We had Vanessa pregnant also. Even though I don't think Vanessa would have said yes, but
I need to get
who
into
knows?
the merc base. You're gonna help me.
I do have a pass card they
Yeah, like I feel like they were trying to go for a pretty big cast, but just couldn't get a lot of the people that they wanted. I too. That's like I think at this point it's like what they should have just gone for second chance for BB22. I feel like that would have been a more satisfying group to put together. Because like I mean the cast would, or like even if it's not second chance, but like just like go non-winners and like go for that sort of theme, like directly go for that theme. I feel like that could have led to a more interesting cast. But I mean at the end of the day, like I mean it is Big Brother production. Like they're gonna pick who they're gonna pick. Because like I mean like Donnie was supposedly wasn't in consideration, like Johnny Mac was supposedly not in consideration. It's like I feel like the people that I would have considered are not necessarily the people that they are considering. So it's like,
Trust me, I'd release her
yeah.
right now if I could.
I think they're done with returnees for a long time. Like not forever, obviously. Like I think eventually they'll have returnees back, but I don't see it until like at least BB25 probably. 20 I guess that's only one season. Whatever. Like I think it will be I don't think next season will be any returnees. I think there's a chance there won't be all stars for a very very long time. I think there's a chance we get like a 4 captains sort of situation for like a random like 25 26 27 sort of season. I could see them going for yeah, like a half season maybe at one point, but it's like I feel like it's very unlikely that we're getting a full All-Star season, possibly ever again. Again, like the fact that we got it here for 22 is a surprise in its own right. I don't feel like we're gonna see it ever again, really. Which is what kind of makes it weird to like do casting videos for Big Brother, because it's like realistically, it's like. I don't think we're getting these because like I don't think they're like it's weird to do like Big Brother like I don't know, Big Brother Rivals or something like that. So it's like we're not gonna get a Big Brother Rivals like we're never getting this season. Like I said this in the past, like I think if we're gonna get an All-Star season, it's going to be second chance, like a second chance-esque All-Star season, or like I was just a general All-Star. Like we did get, like I don't think we're gonna get, like we're not gonna get heroes versus villains or like any of these other ideas I would have for Big Brother casting videos. It's just what kind of makes it weird to even do them to begin with, because like at the end of the day, it's like they're never doing them. Especially because like it's weird because like with my normal casting videos, I try to go for like semi-realistic. What the fuck just happened? I try to go for semi-realistic casts, and it's like, how do you have a semi-realistic cast when the entire season's not realistic to begin with? But whatever. Yeah, Janelle's not a good player. I mean, she's not terrible, but she's not like I'm sure she would be like top 100 if I were to do a player ranking or so, but it's like not definitely not a top tier player or anything. What do you think if Whitney has a player? She is fine. I don't have like I think she's a player that would have definitely done a lot better on a different season. Like I said this earlier, like I think if she was on BB21, I could see her doing very very well. Like I think she has like the I think she has like a natural game ability to her, where like she does have good reads at points. like she does like recognize Kylan's position in the game right now. And it's like the only person there that's targeting Kylan. Okay, well, fuck. But it's like she can't really do anything about it in this house. And I do feel like, again, if this was like BB21, I could very much see her in a Grateful-esque alliance. Okay, that's like, to me, though, like, at the end of the day, like, she's a very, like, replacement level player. Like, she's not a great player. She's not just not even really a good player, but she's not a bad player either. She's kind of just middle of the road. It is insane to me, though, that, like, when watching this episode, like the episode from tonight, it's like remembering the fact that she's like 30 and that she's like and that she has kids and everything, like, is just bizarre to me. Like, if I did not know that already, I would not have remembered that fact. I guess we'll use that. Oh, yeah, this is the room that has the yeah, that one girl, right? Yeah, we'll do it. Is Azza very loyal to Brittany? No. But she's not, like, I don't think Azza will ever go directly for Brittany unless, like, she was, like, the last remaining non-cookout member, but she's not, like, again, like, she's not, it's this sort of situation where
Wait, stop.
she's not against Brittany, but she's not really or she's not, like, she's not going after Brittany, but she's not really going to fight too hard for her to stay in the grand scheme of things.
I'm not one of them. I knew. I thought being Elnora the mercenary would be cool, but I didn't know.
Like, I think the, like, with her, like, okay, let's do this. Yeah, with her not wanting Brittany to go on the block last week, I think that was more so, I actually haven't seen this before. I've never done the Renegade here. I don't think that was more of her wanting to save Brittany more so than her wanting to save her team and her being, like, upset that the cookout didn't tell her like that they were going for Brittany and that sort of stuff. Like, I don't think it was, like, directly a situation where it's like she's upset they're going for Brittany. I think it's more so like she was upset how they were going for Brittany. And, like, why Brittany over, like, someone like Whitney or something, like some of these people from, like, other teams. Like, why does it have to be her team that they're going after? Big Brother Early Boots, I do want to do that video. Again, the problem, like, I think at that point it would have to be, like, I would just have to say fuck it to the realistic thing. It's like, yeah, it's never happening. But I would like to do that video, though, a casting video for Early Boots. Because, to be honest, I don't really think about Early Boots in Big Brother that often. Like, with Survivor, like, I do a good chunk, but it's like, I don't really, like, think about, like, oh, this person's pre-jury or anything on Big Brother that much. But I think it would be a fun cast to put together. Is there barely 100 players in BBUS? How many players are there in BBUS? I assume there were at least a couple hundred. I don't know, I mean, they're, like, casts are smaller, and it is half the, yeah, actually, now that I think about it, yeah, there probably isn't that many. Because I forgot, well, there's, like, half the seasons of Survivor, isn't there? Because, well, I'm pretty sure Survivor has, like, 500 something, right? Like, nearing 600. But then it has, again, double the seasons, and also bigger casts for every season. So I would not actually be surprised if there aren't that many Big Brother players. But whatever. Is it 300? That seems high, actually. Because what? I mean, if there's like 16... There's been, what, 16 people since BB... B14? which that's like what, like 10 seasons, but then you can't even include All-Stars. And also there's returnees along the way. So let's just say that's like 140-ish people. I don't know, it's probably like a little bit over 200, like 200 and something. So I think that Janelle being in the top 100 comment is still pretty accurate there. She's still top half of players. I'm doing that video. Big Brother Final Juror ranking. It's not gonna be for a little while though, but I already plan on making that video. It's on the schedule. But again, it's months down the road, and I can't actually make the video right now anyway until after BB23, because I need to wait to see who's the final juror for BB23 before making that video. But I am gonna do a ranking of those. Yeah, I hope they don't do one. I think they learned their lesson. I mean, I don't know. I mean, like, BB19 was actually popular from a casual standpoint. But I feel like they gotta know how much people didn't like BB19. So, like, I feel like it is pretty unlikely for them to do one returnee. I feel like more than likely, I think, again, I think 4, I could definitely see them doing. Half and half I can see them doing. I don't think they'll go for one returnee. That was dumb.
Put him down.
Okay, I didn't even see that there. Yeah, and also, well, I mean, to be fair, like Paul BB18 was not that great of a player. But yeah, I mean, I do get the sentiment of that. And to be fair, like Paul definitely showed a lot of potential, and also Paul was very popular. I think that's the main thing. That I think you need to have someone that isn't super popular, but then at the same time, it's like, what's the point then? Like, I think Jesse from BB11 was actually a really good returnee there, where it's like, again, he was very much disliked by the public at that point, and he was someone that didn't really demonstrate that much game ability his first time around. But then, even then, he comes in and pretty much dominates the pre-jury phase of BB11. So it's like, I don't know. Mind he did it in a flawed way, much more flawed than Paul did, but still. Really? We're still not done? Wait, some of these missions just go on forever, and I think a lot of what makes it feel... Okay, I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, well, that's lovely. A lot of what makes these missions feel like they're going on long, too, is the fact that, when you look at it from a gameplay standpoint, it is literally just, like, running down a hall, then a combat section, running down another hall, then a combat section. But yeah, like, I think you need, like, I think David from BB 21, like, if he were to come back for a one returnee sort of season, I think that's a good spot for him. I think that's a good spot to bring him back, and it's a good point to do a one returnee sort of thing. Like, it needs to be someone that like, I think even like a Dave Vaughn coming into BB18, if they were to do one returnee for BB18, I think Dave Vaughn would have been a good choice there. Like, I think you need someone that, like, isn't that good at the game. But also, like, there has to be a reason to bring them back. I mean, like, I think if you, like, really, I think David's, like, kind of the perfect person to bring back in that spot. I get someone that demonstrated a lot of potential, someone that got really screwed over, someone that people wanted to see back, at least in a more general sense. Yeah, not necessarily for All Stars, but like when David went home, like people were talking about how much screwed over he got. How they would have liked to see him back again. So it's like, I do think David would have been a good returnee for that sort of thing. But I think just in general, though, I would guess that they are not high on that opinion, or not high on that whatever returning option thing there. Let's just do that. Yeah, I think they're more likely to go with more returnees if they are going to do returnees. Like, I think in general, like, I don't think we'll see returnees for a little while. There we go. Yeah, Jesse and Rennie. That would have been. I mean, like, I feel like they've completely forgot about Rennie at this point, right? And also, it's like, how likely was Rennie as a returnee to begin with? But it's actually, like, it's weird to think about. Like Rennie was even cast on Big Brother. I feel like Rennie's definitely the type of person that would not be cast on modern Big Brother. Definitely feels like a relic of their time. Like Jerry, like I could see them casting Jerry just for the novelty of it being this like a 70-whatever-year-old man. But yeah, like I feel like there's no way they're casting Rennie in the modern day. Fuck. Well, that was super unlucky. Yeah, if they were to do rivals, I mean, who would you even have for modern seasons? I mean, like David and Davon. I don't know, like what modern rivals are there?
Shipping manifest. It shows that Pitney 4 sold 2,000 units of Minigen X3 to the Eclipse, along with 600.
Zach and Victoria. Yeah, Zach and Devin. That would have been hilarious. Again, Zach and Devin were supposed to be on Amazing Race. That would have been great. I really wish we saw that. Wait, what if I?
Let's worry about that after we find the ship name.
Oh, okay, fine. Wait, that. Okay, I think I fucked up. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. Thailand Danny, yeah, I guess that is one. Again, both very unlikely to return at this point, but yeah, that is a recent one. Nicole and Janelle. Yeah. JC and Bailey, that's definitely a combination we'll see again.
I don't know what drugs you're on, but stay back and I won't shoot you.
Yeah, like Paul. I guess Paul has a decent amount.
I am a great wind that will sweep
But there doesn't feel like there's any like really iconic rivalries though. Like even like Tyler and Danny, which did play like a major role in that season. Like it doesn't feel like super iconic. I guess Nicole and Janelle is probably the biggest one in recent history that I'm thinking of. But yeah, I just don't feel like we've gotten that many great rivalries recently.
They may laugh when I fall over, but they don't know what I know in my head. That I know that I am amazing.
I feel like there's a decent amount from like older seasons.
Good luck with
Janelle and Allison, yeah.
Wait, Earth Clan.
For that 1 week.
My crowning achievement.
And to be fair, they were
The
also
leader of the mercenaries is in the next
bickering
room.
before and after season 2, but
I shall toss Wasea about like a rag doll.
I forgot, this is the serial killer one, right? This guy?
Tear her apart.
Yeah.
My biotics are unstoppable.
Charge.
Yeah, Will and Mike, that would have been great. Yeah, like that'd be hilarious if Chilton, if they end up like, I was thinking, like Mike is like actually in he's actually in in trouble with the law and everything now, right? But that'll be hilarious if they like if Chilltown actually agreed to come back and like it's as rivals. Yeah, I believe didn't Dr. Will like I think it just came out that Dr. Will is getting a divorce. Is that something? Danielle Marcellus, yeah, I mean that's a great one from back then. I don't think they would consider that nowadays. And what, like Danielle Reyes obviously like said no. I think there's chances Danielle Reyes says yes to a returning spot, but I don't think Marcellus wants to play again.
Everything's gone to hell since we smuggled that filthy creature off-world.
Like Marcellus, from what I understand, if I remember right, like doesn't Marcellus block anyone that mentions Big Brother to him on Twitter? I'm pretty sure that's a thing.
At least I can take
Because I'm pretty sure I remember that like I think Taron Armstrong got blocked from Marcellus for some reason. I think just any mention of Big Brother, I think like sends Marcellus off the rails. Shit.
Firing an impact shot.
Fuck. Alright, that worked. I'm about to die though. Yeah, fuck. Whatever. Chilltown, yeah, like they were for Amazing Race Reality Showdown. They called Will and Boogie to be on there. Boogie was in, I guess, in a bad financial spot and stuff, and needed the money. And Will still said no. Mike got upset and threatened to kill his family or something, and it just all unravels from there. Why does Marcellus hate Big Brother? I think he just wants to be disassociated with it. Fuck off. We're before this now. Wait. Okay, let's.
Shepard, I will tear.
Okay. So we still want him to die and still get the Renegade. Where are we at Renegade wise anyway? Oh, we're 3 meters in. That's pretty good. Actually, thinking we're further into the game than I was thinking we were though. Either way. Yeah, Sovereign 6 versus... Yeah, like having Maggie back at this point. Like Maggie versus Janelle on Rivals. Or, was it Janelle versus April or Janelle versus Yvette or any of these? Yeah, like, I don't think a Rival season's likely at all. To us, even Survivor hasn't even done Rivals. Which I'm actually surprised by. Like, you would think that they would have done a Rivals Soar season. I mean, it is tougher to cast than a general All-Star season, because obviously you need these pairs that are... Dude, why am I watching this again? Actually, it's like, why am I bothering watching this? Like, it is tougher to cast in your general All-Star season, so I guess I kind of get why they didn't do it yet, but... I would like them to, though. Like, I think that's, one of the better, like, fantasy all-star themes that are out there. Fuck. Fuck. No, die, thank you. That's everyone, right? Yeah. Yeah, Kent versus the sickos, weirdos, and freaks. I mean, Kent is such a weird character to look back on nowadays. Like, he's such a fucking, he's such a caricature that it's like, it kind of makes him more entertaining to watch because of that. Like, he does say a lot of things that have not aged well, and definitely things that, like, if he was on a modern season of the show, he would be, like, absolutely hated. And even on that season, I don't believe he was particularly well liked by the public. But, like, I do think there are a lot of, like, really like funny things that he says, just because it's like it's so fucking weird. A lot of the stuff that he says on that season.
Was looking for.
You want to head back to the police station and give her the name, or look around first?
Jeff versus Russell, that would be great. I don't think either of them want to come back though. And that's the thing about Big Brother too, is that like I think it's definitely a lot tougher to find like realistic returning options for Big Brother than with Survivor. Or like obviously Big Brother's a bigger commitment. It's for less money. Usually like people move on with their lives after Big Brother and don't want to continue to be associated with the show. I think also Big Brother in general has a lower reputation within like these reality shows. Like I just think in general it's harder to find people that actually want to come back to Big Brother. At least nouns. Then I believe Jeff wants, like Jeff, from what I remember, Jeff said that he wanted to come back. It's just like finding the time to do it, which is like also it's like who really wants to see Jeff Schroeder back on Big Brother again?
You're sworn to follow a code that dictates your decisions, but I'm running
I don't think he's like completely ruling it out in terms of returning, but I don't think Russell wants to play again.
Follow you. I am compelled to swear the most difficult of Justicar oaths, the third oath of subsumation. After I do, your orders will override the code. You should know, however, that I'll still give you my opinion if the situation warrants.
Wait, isn't that what he just said? Whatever.
Normandy is docked near the main trading floor. I'll see you aboard.
Paul versus his finale outfit. That is hilarious though. I mean, that's something that I do love from BB19. It's just like all the like the entire finale is just hilarious when you think about like how much it mirrors the previous finale.
By the code, I will serve you, Shepard. Your choices are my choices. Your morals are my morals.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to... Wait, are we killing... No, we're not killing Samara here, right? Yeah, because I'm gonna do that for the other playthrough.
I never thought I'd see a Justicar swear an oath like that.
If you make me do
opinion on McCrae? McCrae was my winner pick for BB15. I loved McCrae at the time. Now I'm kind of just like whatever on McCrae. I'm not like a massive fan of his or anything. Yeah, let's go. But I don't dislike McCrae. I mean, like he's fine. I think as a player, he's kind of like I think if I ever do that first HOH video, it's like he is one of the better first HOHs. Like he does a pretty good job. I'm too fair. There's been a lot of good ones after him, and I feel like that probably puts him lower on the list. But I remember at the time BB15, I remember thinking like, I'm McCrae, like he had a great first HOH. It really made the most out of it. But again, like recently we've had a lot of good first HOHs, so it kind of nullifies that. A bit. I'm too fair though. I'm like, we had Frenchie, we had Christy, who was not good.
Whatever we encounter.
Where shall we put?
Who was 19? Cody wasn't good. Actually, maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, maybe there aren't that many good ones. I mean, like we've had good ones. Like we've had Tyler, we had Cody, we had Nicole, BB18. Who was 17? Was it James? Who was 17? It was James, right? Because he backdoors Jace. I mean, that was like fine. And 16 was Caleb, right? So it's like, yeah, maybe I kind of overestimated. Okay, let's buy that. Let's go and get... I don't know if I need these. Whatever, let's just do it anyway. I think all these are still the same things. There's no shot. I mean, there's no sniper here, right? How have I not gotten a sniper at this point? Like, I really need to find a sniper. You know, let's go to the Citadel.
The elusive man wishes to speak to you in a debriefing room.
What? We're ready? Wait. What? The collector ship already? Huh. Should we do it? I don't really want to do it. Wait, no, but they're not going to let me not do it, are they? Yeah, fuck off. Okay. I have to do it. I forgot about that. Well, that's kind of shit. Whatever. And then after this is the IFF, right? So we're already, like, nearing the end of the game, technically. Cody's would not have been good without Defensive Protection. It would have been better. But, again, even if Defensive Protection existed, Paul goes on the block and then Paul still stays, with the same votes. Like, really, I'm too fair. Like, really, Christmas was actually probably he had a better chance at getting Christmas out than he did Paul. Paul was never going home.
Send me the coordinates and I'll take care of it.
So, I mean, really, it's like Cody's HOH might have been good if Paul didn't exist, and Paul didn't make him like really obsessed over trying to get Paul out. But like as long as Paul was there, like Cody's HOH was always going to be bad because he was so determined to blindside his own alliance by getting rid of Paul, who was technically part of his majority alliance. Okay, so let's do that and that. I just realized they fucking kicked me off Ilium too. When yeah, I was gonna do that, wasn't I? I was gonna do I didn't mean to do that, but whatever. Who do you want to be on Team America BB16? Well, I was a big fan of Zach at the time. It's so weird to me that fucking Derek got voted into that, by the way. Like, I'm trying to think, like, so it was Joey first, which is always weird to me, too. Like, I don't get how Joey got voted into Team America, but whatever. And then it was Derek, Frankie, and Donnie. Which, like, Frankie and Donnie felt pretty obvious. The Derek one was always weird. I would prefer, like, Zach, I think would have been interesting. Devin would have been fantastic. Imagine Devin in Team America. That would be hilarious. Yeah, we always see people, like... Yeah, we see these people that really target returning players end up getting taken out, usually because the returning player is able to get a level of influence to where they're able to target that person that targeted them to begin with. I mean, it really happens almost every single time. Actually, really, it happens every time, doesn't it? I'm trying to think, like, what seasons have, like, part returnees? So it's like the first one's BB11, right? Is that the first time? And there we have Jesse and like the people targeting Jesse in was it in like Braden, Laura, Casey, like Jeff's side of the house. They get taken out almost immediately. Yeah, BB13 where Keith goes home first, being the leader of the regulators. BB14 is kind of a weird case because they were coaches. And then, what, 18, you have Jose being targeted because he's the one that's going after the returnees. He's the leader of the group that's going after returnees, at least. And then you have 19, Cody. Obviously tries to go against Paul. And yeah, it's all of them. So yeah, it's like, it's happened every time. I just want to see what we can get here. Nothing. Again, how do I not have a sniper at this point? I wonder if we're about to get to a combat section. Yeah, Cody ended up putting up 5,
That's a collector.
people. But like the thing is, like Cody's plan was to always go after Paul, though, and like he always planned on blindsiding his own alliance to get Paul on the block. Like, and like his, again, no matter what, his plan wasn't going to work. Like he does get very unlucky in that sense. They had to nominate like almost half the house.
Is there something we can use in the data to give
Because like even then, like Josh wasn't eligible to be nominated, which was someone he wanted to target right away too. Then what, he nominates, who was it? It was Megan and Jillian, right? Then Megan quits. He puts up Alex. Alex wins veto. Well, he lets Alex win veto so that he can put up Paul. Paul has pendant production and then puts up Christmas. So again, like a really just insane sort of sequence of events. Yeah, I mean, week 1, BB-19 was incredible. The problem is that after week 1, it was not as incredible. But it was insane week 1. Especially because, like, I mean, like, not Paul, Christmas was staying pretty much the entire time. But Cody did do a lot of campaigning to Mark. Trying to get Mark to flip, and Mark never did.
Killing a collector's probably doing it a favor. Whatever they used to be, the collectors work for the Reapers now. And we still have to stop them.
Damn straight, they're not doing that shit to us.
I mean, come on, it's like they were getting Paul in the game anyway. Plus, also, I mean, like they knew someone was going to take the temptation. There's no way no one doesn't take that. Wait, what is this? Oh yeah, I'm definitely going to pick sniper rifle training after I don't have a fucking sniper rifle. Well, what should I get here? We'll get that. Why did Megan quit? I believe she had PTSD, right? And like she was like having trouble within the house. I mean that, and also she had the panda stuff, which is so fucking dumb. Like that entire situation is so dumb. Where it's like she thought she heard Jessica call Alex a panda. And like told Alex this, but then it turned out she was like calling her Pow Pow, like in relation to BB-16 Pow Pow. And like this entire situation blew up in like Megan's face. So like Megan thought she was like in the right because like she legitimately thought she heard Jessica call her panda, but like everyone thought that was like Megan trying to stir things up. It's a really like ridiculous situation. I mean, essentially, yeah, like, Megan kind of got this perception around her that she was, like, this massive, shit stirrer, like, this person that was, not what I meant to, that was trying to, cause chaos and everything, when, like, in reality, it's like she was just kind of misunderstood, or she misunderstood things.
They're gonna target Earth, not if we stop them.
Yeah, Dominique was not treated well, especially on her way out. Like, Dominique was playing, like, well enough week 1. Like, she was playing, like, okay week 1. Like, she was part of the main power structure. She had this, like, secret final 2 with Mark. Like, she was doing well week 1. And then week 2, her game kind of goes downhill. For, like, for kind of dumb reasons. It's, like, because, like, she kind of gets this, like, perception around her of her being this, like, really like savvy player because she was like hosting these like talk shows or whatever, to which she was like asking these like really like she was asking these like game questions, to which like Paul and like that side of people were thinking that she was using it as a way to gather game information and get like gain no shit. But yeah, like it was like they were thinking that yeah, they were essentially thinking she was a better player than what she really was. Where again, like I think she was legitimately just asking questions, but they just like assumed that it was her playing really hard there. And BB-19 is such a like I have grown an appreciation for BB-19. Like I think it is like a fascinating thing to watch. Like Paul just like outright dominate a good chunk of that game, just for him to lose it almost solely because of his own actions. And for it to again like be kind of this like him repeating mistakes he would make from BB-18. And like him essentially like not learning from his game in BB-18 because he decided for some reason not to watch the fucking season and learn anything about Big Brother in the year that he in between the 2 times he played. Fuck off! How did I miss all those shots? I've like there's definitely points in BB-19 that I do really enjoy. And I think the sequence of like him orchestrating everyone throwing the comp to Christmas is like so masterful. Like it is like incredible to watch. You know, like it's ridiculous. Like the fact that he got the entire house to throw the HOH comp, to throw a running HOH comp to a woman that had a broken leg is insane.
Stay frosty, people. They're coming.
But yeah, definitely. I get why people don't like the season though.
Incoming.
Yeah, I think like almost no one comes out of that season looking good either. Where like even Jessica and Cody, who like came out of that season technically looking like fan favorites, like I mean they're not well liked nowadays. Like I mean they're again like Cody is definitely someone that has gotten his fair share of negativity nowadays. And to be fair, some of it's warranted, but definitely not someone in the favor of BB Twitter at this point. Even though he was at the time, again, like despite like his very clear like transphobia and stuff, it's like he was still like well liked by BB Twitter at the time because he was anti-Paul. Okay, well that's lovely. Wait, is Kasumi dead again? Okay. I mean, I like Mark, by the way. Like, I've always liked Mark. I was definitely rooting for Mark in his, like, last week in the game. Like, even though, again, Mark was dead in the water at that point, like, he had nothing he could really do. But again, like, he was, like, the only person there that was, gonna target Paul. Shit.
This is what you face.
Okay. What?
My attacks will tear you apart.
I think Captain America would do on Charles, bro. I don't think he would do that well. I don't know. I feel like Captain America's like very rigid, isn't he? Like I feel like he'd be the type of person that would like stand up for someone. Like I feel like he would be like a Mike Dutz from BB-8. Probably more interesting than Mike Dutz, because who isn't more interesting than Mike Dutz? But I feel like that's how I see Captain America play. Wait, what? Both Saeed and Kasumi are dead? Wait, I should. This is the. Wait. We're on the fucking easiest difficulty. How the fuck are they dying? Like, why am I... Again, I'm pretty sure I never had my allies die in Mass Effect 2 when playing on the easiest difficulty before. It's like, why the fuck are they dying now? I mean, I guess it's because there's Zaid and fucking Kasumi. I guess it's probably the most reasonable answer to that. Yeah, there's a lot of mics in early Big Brother. And you got, what, Boogie, you got Michael Lubinsky? Was that his last name? BB5? You got Mike Dutz. I feel like there's at least one more Mike. Oh, you got Michael from BB6. Which one's Mike Dutz? How do you not know Mike Dutz? He's BB8, third boot. He was aligned with Kale and Zach and Nick in the what was the name of the alliance? Mrs. Robinson? Was that the name of the alliance? Whatever. But he was very closely aligned to Kale and was trying to help her out in the veto competition by trying to distract Evil Dick, who was HOH. And Evil Dick got so pissed off that he threw the veto so that he can put Mike on the block. So again, all in a position where like Mike should have been safe. If Mike had just shut up and not done anything, Mike would have been safe. But because he ends up, oh yeah, Cowboy. I forgot about Cowboy too. But yeah, because he ends up taunting Evil Dick there. He ends up going home.
Why would he send us into a trap?
He betrayed us.
Son of a bitch sent us right into collector hands.
I should have known better than to trust Cerberus.
Commander, we got another
Yeah, he could win out.
The collector ship is powering up.
You need to get out of there before their weapons.
But again, if he gets to play in the veto, Mike Dutz didn't even get to play in the veto. I feel like Captain America could be backdoored.
Come on, let's move.
Who do I like more? I definitely like Survivor Cowboy more than Big Brother Cowboy. I loved Cowboy when I was a kid. Cowboy, well, okay, this is confusing. I loved Big Brother Cowboy when I was a kid. Definitely, that opinion has not aged particularly well. But nowadays, it's for sure Survivor Cowboy. I wish we got to see Survivor Cowboy play again. That would have been hilarious. I don't know how much he really adds to the gameplay of any season. But he would have been an interesting person to have back to see how like people navigate around him. And also he's savvy enough. Like again, he created Project or not Project. Was it Plan Voodoo? Which I mean, to be fair, is a very basic concept. But I think the concept of a vote split is kind of similar to the concept of alliance, where it's like people were going to figure that out anyway. It's like him being the first to like create this plan to split the votes is not that impressive, considering Survivor Fiji, I believe like they split the votes without having ever seen Cowboy split the votes in Cook Islands. So I think it's just again general concept that would have been figured out anyway. But so interesting that the first one to mention on the show though is Cowboy of all people.
There is no pain. There is no fear.
As you wish.
Yeah. Supposedly Cowboy got into like a fight with his like stepson or something, which was really weird. And then, since then he's been on Catfish for some reason. What a weird situation that is too, by the way. The entire Catfish thing with Cowboy. I didn't watch the episode, but again, like I actually listened to the RJP podcast they did about it though. Okay, well, what the fuck? I really wish this was Mass Effect 3 because at least I could roll and stuff. Come on. Good enough. Yeah, not a great situation with Cowboy. I find it hilarious though that Cowboy still is still like super like is still trying to get back on the show and everything. I mean, to be fair, like I mean, like at least it shows like a level of dedication and everything. But It's probably not happening at this point. Yeah, like Project DNA is like, yeah, it's such a weird thing that even happened. It's like I really don't get how that even happened. That they found these two people that ended up being related, but they didn't know that they were related. Again, that's really insane. Oh, fuck off. Yeah, like, I believe it was Cowboy that applied, right? And then I think McComas was a recruit. But still, it's like, how the fuck did they find these people? Let's do that. Can this thing die already? Okay, well, that's lovely. What the fuck? Okay, cool. Yeah, like with Evil Dick, they played the same music all the time. It's really weird too, because like if you've watched earlier seasons, like they play like what is now like Evil Dick's music. Like they play that music for like other people in previous seasons of the show. Which, by the way, that's something I noticed from this season from BB23. They're playing some music that like that was used like all the way back in like BB6. I remember, which I found kind of jarring. I don't remember when they played it, but like there's this like the song that they use in like the intro, like I think like the premiere of BB6. I remember that like they used for this episode. And they used it like in one of the previous episodes of the season. So it's weird how they're like using music from like that far back. Wow, they're both dead. That's cool. Yeah, Wildcard Cop was really, really boring.
That didn't work.
I'm going.
Like, okay, they both died again. That was not the most interesting competition. Really, I think probably the worst wildcard comp. Because I think in general, like the wildcard comp, like comp-wise, has been kind of interesting. Like, I thought the last one was pretty. Like, while like obviously the working together part of it kind of breaks it, I do think like the general concept of code and cover. Thank you. The general concept of it is pretty interesting. I thought the first one where like they had to sneak around without like breaking or without making noise and stuff, I thought that was interesting. Shit. I should have done this earlier. I'm pretty fucked. Yeah. Why is this being so difficult? Christian and Alyssa are fucking? Probably not. Again, like, I wouldn't take anything you say seriously in terms of that. And even if they were, it's like, who really cares? It's like, whatever. I wouldn't be surprised if they are. But, whatever. Oh yeah, the Ozma. Yeah, I found it so jarring, too, how much, like, content Claire got this episode. Or, like, obviously they had to, but it's like, it is really weird considering, like, how Claire's been almost non-existent on the TV show up until tonight. they fucking suck. Ugh. You know what, let's try to kill these guys first and see if that helps out. Oh, wait, can I just run through? Wait. I think I can just run through. Oh no, I can't. It locks if I come up here. Okay, that makes sense. Die already. Come on. There we go. I mean, Ozza, like, I don't know, like, I liked Ozza pre-season to a degree. Then, like, first week or so, I felt pretty good about Ozza. But then, like, since then, she's kind of just, I don't know, just fine. Ozza, like, I don't like how emotional of a player she seems to be. Like, as a person, like, she seems fine. Like, I don't really have that much of an issue with her, like, as, like, a character on the show or anything, but, I do wish she was a more competent player. We're towards the end of this at this point. Where are we at time-wise? We're almost 3 hours in the stream. So yeah, I think what we'll do here is we'll finish this, obviously, and then I think we'll do like one more story mission, and then we'll probably call it a day. Oh, fuck. Okay, well, that's cool. Okay, like... fine. Whatever. Thoughts on Amber from BB-8? I don't know. Like, interesting character. I wouldn't necessarily... Like, I definitely had fun moments, but not necessarily because... Like, it was more so because, like, the editors were clearly making fun of her, more so than because, like, her actually being that interesting. Like, she's just kind of annoying, for the most part. As a player, it's like, I don't really know how to assess her as a player. Again, like, she's one of these people, again, like, from BB-8, it's like, don't have the greatest read on, like, some of these, like, mid-jury people. Or, like, I don't know how likely it is that she wins the game. Like, I do feel like she has a decent backstory. To where, like, I don't know if, like, people would have voted for her because she is a single mother and all that sort of stuff, but, I would guess that she's a mediocre player, but I don't fully have the, full information there. Shit. But then again, I mean, like, to be fair, like, she was in the Majority Alliance for a good chunk of the game and really had to be screwed out of that Majority Alliance through Eric being America's player. But, yeah, I just don't really... Like, I don't see her winning the game in most scenarios, but, again, like, if it turns out she does win the game in most scenarios, then she is probably a better player than I'm giving her credit for. Come on, die already. Why is this feeling so difficult right now? Thoughts on Gina Marie obsessing over Nick? It's hilarious, but also, like, deeply disturbing that it's coming from Gina Marie that's, like, how old was she? She was, like, 32 or something, right? Actually, we haven't saved... Okay, we can't save, never mind. Actually, I haven't saved this entire stream. I didn't even realize that until now. Oh, shit. Yeah, Gina Marie, just in general, is a really bizarre figure on the show. Come on. I fucking hate husks. And they're just gonna get worse, too. It's like, this is even the worst fucking husk-related mission. Come on, die. Hey, at least in Mass Effect 3 you can charge melee attack them. Come on, die already. Fuck you. Yeah, I'm definitely taking heavy fire, also known as being hit by a fucking husk. Cool. What is going on? Hey, thank God we're not playing on Sandy still. I think I would have lost my fucking mind by now. Like, I just can't fucking imagine doing that for Mass Effect 2 now I think about it. Thoughts on Gina Marie as a player? Bad. Not outright abysmal to the point where, like, she's gonna be a target early on in most situations, but bad in the sense that she has no win equity on any given season. BB-15 was probably one of the better case scenarios to where she actually was part of an important alliance. She won competitions at the end, more competitions than her opposition. It's someone that could have been looked at as someone that should get credit for the Amanda move. Like, that was her best case scenario, and she still loses there. Like, I don't think Gina Marie has any chance at winning the season. Do I take you as a joke? No, I take some of the things you say as a joke. I don't take you as a joke.
I can't dodge this guy forever, Edie. Get us the hell out of here.
Can you imagine Gina Marie as a little puppy dog? Maybe like a Chihuahua or something like that, yeah. Yeah. I can see that. Alright, so we're done with that mission. It's kind of weird how, like, the main missions in this game are probably the worst missions in the game. Yeah, I do see a decent amount of updates on Big Brother from Twitter. But yeah, it looks like this week, though, is going to be pretty straightforward for the rest of the week. It doesn't look like Whitney's going home, and it doesn't look like it's going to be that eventful. Main intrigue is obviously set up for next week, which is kind of my issue with this season. Again, it's like, it's so weird how, like, the majority of the season feels like it's us seeing setup for things that are going to happen later in the season, and then those things end up happening, and it's just kind of uneventful when they happen, because, like, we already had the setup for that earlier in the season.
Distress signal originated from the collectors.
Like, I mean, it happened last, like, what, 2 weeks now? And even the Frenchie week, it's like, by the time Frenchie's on the block, it's like, and doesn't win veto, it's like, well, Frenchie's going home. Like, week 1 was incredible. Those first few days of week 2 were pretty good, and then, like, I feel like since then it's kind of just been okay. Again, Brent Blindside obviously got ruined because Derek F sucks. But to be fair, I would have probably, like, I think in general he was definitely getting a bit suspicious anyway. But
this is no time for petty grudges. Things are about to get a lot tougher.
Still, it's like definitely disappointing that we didn't get the Blindside.
The Reapers and Collector ships use an advanced identify friend-foe system that the relays recognize.
Yeah, I wonder if it's about the Lauren O'Connell stuff. Which, by the way, I thought about, like, so I've said this in the past, obviously, because, like, now I'm an affiliate, I can create emotes, and, like, I haven't really had any good ideas for emotes. I did think at one point, like, should I create a Lauren O'Connell emote for, like, no reason? Like, I feel like it would just be weird to have fucking Lauren O'Connell as one of my fucking emotes.
Now we need that IFF. I'll forward the coordinates to Joker.
Yeah, I don't know what I still don't know what to do with the emotes and stuff.
I didn't risk their lives unnecessarily. It will make things easier going forward.
Edie, tell the crew to assemble. We've got a lot to talk about.
Of course, Shepard.
Derek F is the second coming of Dina. I mean, in terms of that, yeah. I think outside of that, Derek F's just kind of I don't even know. Like, I don't even know what Derek F is really doing. Like, it's so weird because, like, he kept on talking about how, like, he
necessary risk
was not going to try to win competitions until the very end. Now he's talking about how he wants to win every comp and wants to come after the kings and stuff like that. It's like, it's playing like in a very chaotic way. Like people aren't really trusting him. It's like I really just don't get what Derek F is doing. But again, he's safe though. Like no one's coming after Derek F. But like I don't get what his actual what he's actually doing.
EDI doesn't make mistakes. The Collector homeworld is located somewhere in the galactic core.
Can't be.
But yeah, like I was just trying to think of like what are things that like I consistently talk about on stream. I feel like that's probably things that should be emotes. And like the first thing that came to mind was Lord O'Connell.
Even the Collectors don't have that kind of technology.
I feel like I don't know how it works with emotes of like actual people. I feel like that's also kind of the thing that's like feels weird.
The Omega 4 mass relay.
The logical conclusion is
I was thinking like I know there's like one image of like Jeff Probst like being shocked with like his hands in front of his face and everything. I feel like that's something I could do.
Drift of several thousand kilometers is
I haven't really thought about
not
too deeply about this, but
more advanced encrypted protocols.
Just because we can follow the Collectors through the relay doesn't mean we can take them out. I don't want to go after them until I know we're ready.
Sooner or later, we need that IFF.
Yeah, like with I feel like with Jeff, like I feel more okay with using Jeff as an emote because like he's kind of like the entire like he's kind of like representative of the show. But I feel like once we're getting to like individual players, that like random players, like if I were to have like a Christy Bennett emote, like I feel like it would just be kind of weird to have Christy Bennett as one of my fucking emotes, like in like Lauren O'Connell and like stuff like that. I just feel like it just feels kind of weird. I don't know.
The derelict Reaper as soon as possible.
It's your call, Commander. Whatever you decide, we're with you.
Oh shit, I didn't pay attention to that. I actually didn't mean to say that. Okay. So, yeah, we're not doing that right away. We already have all their loyalty missions, right? So yeah, I guess we'll get Thane. Does she have anything? Why did I get some Renegade? Oh, why did I get some Paragon? I mean, not what I meant to do. Yeah, we'll get Thane. Then I guess we'll call it a day at that point. We'll see how I feel at that point. That's probably still like what, another 30 minutes or so from now. Daniel Murphy, yeah. Yeah, that'll be good too. Thing is, like how often do I ever have I talked about Daniel Murphy? I know I mentioned it earlier in this stream. Where is it? There we go. Yeah, that is a great like reaction stuff. I'm trying to think, like, yeah, like what can I do with Tony? It's like, is there a thing with Tony? Like even even Tony, like I feel like I would be more comfortable with because like Tony's like so much like bigger of a name. Well, like I feel like it would be again really weird like Lauren O'Connell. What do I think of Daniel Murphy as a player in this game? Yeah, she's a fucking lunatic. Which, yeah, if you don't hear from me ever again, it's probably because of Daniel Murphy at this point. But yeah, it's like, wait. Wait, no, that's a rifle, shotgun. Pistol. Why do I have two pistols? Wait. How do I still not have a sniper? This is just an assault rifle, right? I'm so confused. Whatever. Who fucking cares? Yeah, how do I not have a sniper at this point? Who's my winner pick for Kagian? Spencer, I believe. Yeah, it was Spencer. Yeah, yeah, Daniel Murphy is a massive lunatic. Like, even within the game, like, she's a lunatic. But from what I understand, like, even outside the game, she's a lunatic as well.
25. Sell at 25.
But as a player, I mean, like, I don't know how to like. I mean, because it's like the thing is like she had a chance to win. Like she probably wins against Dan. She gets votes against Ian.
Listen, I know the data is vital to the corrosive family.
Because like against Ian, it's like she has. I mean, to be honest, like, does she win? It's close. Because what again? If it's Danielle versus Ian, all right. Let's see. We got Ashley and Brittany who are both voting Ian. Frank, I think, goes Danielle. He was very. I mean, he didn't like Ian at all by that point. And also just closer to Danielle by the end of the game anyway. You have Joe, who I think goes Ian. But even then, like, Joe didn't like Ian either. I think that could go either way. Jen goes Danielle. Shane goes Danielle. Where does Dan go? Does Dan go Ian or Danielle?
No, that still
I think that could go either way, and I think Joe could go either way. So really, I mean, like, Danielle has a serious chance of even beating Ian.
She really has it in for humans.
Wait, what am I doing? I'm not even paying attention. Yeah, I'm not even going this way. Okay, I need to go back. So it's like, I mean, like, she comes into the endgame there with a chance of winning the game. And, like, she, it's a tough situation. Like, when you're at Final Four, it's like she has Shane who's willing to take her to the end. Well, Shane who is for sure taking her to the end. She has Dan who at that point wants to take her to the end. He does change his mind by the end of it, but is at least taking her at that point.
Too late. Liara Tassoni said you'd have information on Thane Krios.
Yeah, it's like I don't know how to really assess her game offhand.
Over here. Yeah, I know who Thane Krios is. I might have passed him some information, but I didn't hire him. What do you want to know?
Oh yeah, I did see, like, I've been recommended a lot of the, like, Mass Effect videos or something. Like, I'm pretty sure, is that from Big Dan? That video? Because I've been getting a lot of his videos recommended to me, which is, like, hilarious. Like, I love his intro to videos. It's like, it's so hilarious to me. Because it's essentially my intro, but with, like, even less energy. And it's like, it's just so funny to me. It's like, alright guys, Big Dan here. Like, it's so fucking funny to me. Like, it makes me want to do an intro like that. Like, it just makes me want to do, like, those sort of intros. But, yeah, what do I think of Shane? I think Shane, I have a tough time, again, with Shane's, like, I don't know how likely he is to win. Like, if it's Shane versus Danielle, Final 2, does Shane win that? I think the natural, like inkling is that yes. And I do think he probably wins. And I do think, obviously, he was very good at competitions. I think he's good enough socially. I think he has his flaws, but he's good enough.
Tell me where I can find Thane.
The Dantius Tower.
I think strategically, obviously, he was very much lacking, but, like, he's still not, like, an absolute zero. I think he's, like, above replacement level player.
There's a second tower still under
It's like, I think obviously there's the issue of him not recognizing that him going to the end with or that Dan, okay, like, he didn't recognize that Dan wouldn't want to go to the end with him and Danielle. I think that is a flaw on his end.
I'll find him.
But I mean, like, he's probably one of the better players from the season, really. Because there's a lot of these seasons I haven't really thought about player rankings for. Like, if I'm doing a BB14 player ranking, like, 1 is Dan. Like, to be honest, beyond that, it's like, who's number 2? Like, I think the first one that comes to my mind is Brittany.
I'm ready now.
But again, am I really gonna put someone in 8th place as the number 2 person? It's kind of weird. But then, like, I don't think it's that crazy to put like Shane at number 3 or 4. Like, I think he's around there. I'm trying, like, I mean, the thing is, like, I think Danielle was better positioned the entire way. And with Danielle also having a chance to win the game and also winning competitions at the end there, it's like, I would say probably Danielle's above Shane. But I think those two are kind of close. And the problem is, like, Danielle's obviously, like, just as a person is, like, a really, like, delusional human being. But, like, the game that she executed isn't, like, that bad. So, I think that's, like, kind of a tough thing to, figure out there. Yeah, then, like, Ian's probably after that, I think. So Ian would be, like, 5, probably. Oh, yeah, Jody's definitely, up there. Would Jody be at the bottom? No, would Willie be at the bottom? By the way, that's something I did rewatch. That's something that came up in my recommended. I started watching was a documentary on Willie Hance on YouTube. It's obviously just like the clips of him on the show, and that was pretty fun. And I ended up watching his argument with Frank in the backyard from the live feeds. Which, by the way, this is something that people don't mention that I did not remember until rewatching it. Mike Boogie says the N-word during this fight, which really comes out of left field. Which that was bizarre, but definitely, again, would be a bigger controversy if that happened nowadays. Where, again, like, this is a situation where Boogie, like, clearly says it. Like, he very clearly says it. Well, like, nowadays, we're getting these people getting in trouble for, like, people assuming that they said it when they didn't say it, like people like a Jackson. So yeah, it's weird. But
maybe at least you'll know where he's headed.
Yeah, I mean Jody. I mean, there's not much to go off of Jody. It's like, how do you really assess Jody as a player?
Hold on.
Like, she was there for like not even a day. She gets voted out in an untraditional way. Doesn't really get a chance to really play the game. Why is Boogie financially broke? I think he wasted all of his money, I think. I don't have the real answer, but I would assume it's just that he wasted all of his money on
Good luck, Shepard.
either bad business deals or which I know that he's probably been prone to in the past, but also I would not be surprised if he has some sort of drug problem or whatever, any of these other sort of things. Okay. Actually, I just want to see what guns I have. So, yeah, why don't I have a fucking sniper? That's so weird. Like, that's just okay. Whatever. Yeah, that's kind of why I was willing to. Yeah, I think he. I do know that he's known for hiring male prostitutes, right? Isn't that a thing? So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that factors into it too.
Still ticking.
So weird seeing Zaid talk.
Just be glad you're still breathing.
Yeah.
What happened?
We're just night workers. Nasana sent them after us. She sent the mechs to round us up, but we didn't hear.
Yeah, I feel like just in general. Okay, I accidentally hit the mic there. I feel like just in general, Boogie seems like the type of person that would just waste all of his money. That would like waste on a whole bunch of like random things like cars and that sort of thing. Is Boogie? I believe he's bi, right? I don't think he's out. Like, I don't think he's technically out. but it's like it's pretty well known.
Help me. My chest
I'm not gonna help. Yeah, I'm sorry.
There's nothing I can do for you.
Look for the other workers. Help them.
I'll do what I can. Let's go.
All right. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's bi. But...
Now you see me. Can't do that right now.
Yeah, but then again, the two relationships that he's been on Big Brother are both not the most authentic relationships. Come on. I forgot that, like, I feel like I have used this gun a decent amount in other playthroughs. Wasn't Krista, I mean, from what I understand, Krista's just straight up another pretty big lunatic. Where, I mean, Krista got into, this, like, happened way after Big Brother, but she got into a bar fight with Boo, right? With Boo and Russell Hantz. Which is just such a weird thing to happen. With Boo from Survivor Fiji. But yeah, it was Shannon that cheated on her boyfriend on TV. Yeah, and like Will was like taunting her boyfriend. And you get like the I hate main squeeze. Yeah, talking about everyone's favorite topic, which is Shannon from BB2. Yeah, Shannon, from what I remember, I guess Shannon's boyfriend, from what I remember, like, had a segment on the show where she was, like, where he talked about wanting to beat up Will. Yeah. Okay, what the fuck is going on? Alright, well, that's lovely. Oh yeah, Citadel, do you see the hand arm there? Who was that? That was like because that was during one of those scenes where you during one of the meetups, right? Wait, oh fuck off! This put me so far back. Oh, actually, I guess it's not that far back. Alright, I guess we'll just take. I don't know why it's feeling like this is a lot more difficult than my last playthrough. And I guess it's just because I'm not upgrading stuff.
Going dark.
Actually, we are actually decently far back. Have you ever met an Orthodox Jew that was brainwashed into... either way, probably the answer is no. I mean, to be fair, like, I've probably met an Orthodox Jew, just I don't know that they're an Orthodox Jew because I don't talk to people about their religion or anything. But I feel like more than likely I've met an Orthodox Jew. But again, like, to go beyond that, it's like, oh yeah, Shannon's the Sash, are you gay? Yeah, Shannon Elkins is like, to me, when I think of Shannon Elkins at this point, I think of him as the guy that Jeff Probst hates. Where Jeff Probst did an interview, and I think it was Survivor Philippines time, where like he said that the only survivor he had to block on Twitter was Shannon Elkins, and like he didn't even remember Shannon's name. Like he was just describing him, and you can tell it's Shannon. But it's like he didn't even remember Shannon's name. Like that's the thing that like Shannon Elkins. Like, that's what I get reminded of every time I hear his name. And people in general are, I feel like, are relatively unaware. Yeah, fuck. Zip was decent fun. Yeah, I feel like if you're actually like dealing with like a whole bunch of people in person, I feel like you're definitely gonna end up dealing with a lot of unaware people. Yeah, by the way, yeah, so I released my Jeff Probst's favorite player video, and I love how like people noticed it right away that all the people in the thumbnail are guys, and that was intentional. Obviously playing off the joke of that Jeff Probst, all of Jeff Probst's favorite players are guys. But I also have made a sequel video to that video of Jeff Probst's least favorite players from every season. And I did the same thing, where on the thumbnail of that, it's all guys. Because the thing is, like, people talk about this, that, like, oh, Jeff Probst, he loves men and stuff, and he's, like, obviously hates women. But it's like, if you really go through it, like, all of Jeff Probst's least favorite players are all men. Like, it's like he hates men, but he loves men also. It's like when you're looking at his, like, least favorite players, you have Shannon Elkins, you have Dan Foley, you have Colton, you have Ben Browning, you have, I don't know, like Dan Spilo, if you want to add him to it. It's like, I mean, it's all men. So it's like, it's kind of funny how, despite like most of his favorites being men, it's like a lot of his like most hated players are also men too.
We'll go get him.
You go.
Get your ass in there, and Nathana's not paying you to stand around.
Fine.
Which, by the way, even though I just edited that video the other day, I already disagree with some of the like people I picked for that video, so that's lovely. That's usually what happens when I record a video and then I don't edit it for like a month or so afterwards. Like when I'm recording it, I'm like, ah, shit, I should have changed that. But then like I'm just like at the point where it's like, who cares, whatever. Okay. Yeah, Probst is confused. How's Shannon as a player? Which Shannon are we talking about? Shannon versus Fairplay, who's he hates more? I think for sure Shannon. Because I think Fairplay, there's still a level of respect there. Like, he definitely doesn't like Fairplay. But I think there's a level of respect there in terms of like, oh, Fairplay's good TV. While I don't feel like there's anything there for Shannon. Ah, fuck. Yeah, Shannon Elkins, if we're talking about how is he as a player, he's up there as one of the worst players of all time for me. I think if we're doing a worst player Survivor list, again, like, he's probably, like, I don't know if he's bottom 10, but he's definitely, like, bottom 20, 30 or so. Like, and he's definitely towards the bottom. The only reason I would say he's not bottom 10 is because he had people that were on his side. Still, like, I mean, like, Fabio wanted to keep him around. He had, like, Alina and Kelly Bruno who were on his side. Benry only flipped because it was going to be a tie. So it's like he had half the tribe on his side. And, like, if they had gone to the first tribal, it's like he more than likely survives that. So it's like, I mean, he's not the worst of all time, but it's like, he's still not good. Especially considering he's like this big alpha male guy that should be leading their tribe, and like for him to be the first target over like Kelly Bruno and Alina, it's like I feel like that's pretty bad. Especially when like no one liked Alina, and like Kelly Bruno is obviously someone that everyone saw as like a massive threat. So again, like for Shannon to be the first target of those is pretty bad. Why'd Fabio go by Fabio? Because Shannon Elkins named him Fabio. Yeah, that's probably Shannon Elkins' biggest contribution to this show. He names Fabio. Named him Fabio because his hair and everything reminded him of Fabio, who's it's probably a person that most people don't even know who the fuck that is anymore. Dude, even I barely know who fucking Fabio is, but it's like this model guy that has long hair and is like on the cover of like a whole bunch of romance novels and stuff right now. Okay, cool.
Hostiles detected.
Ah, fuck. Yeah, it's like coming into season he was supposed to be Judd or Judson. It's even funny, like when you get to the family visit, like his mom is like surprised that they're calling him Fabio and everything.
Let's be ready for him.
Yeah, Shannon should have been on Game Changers. I mean, he literally named the winner. He gave the winner his name. Okay, fuck off. What the fuck? Like, I actually, that's kind of a funny video idea. I actually want to jot that down. Like, kind of make a joke Game Changers cast. I think that'll be funny. That'll be a good April Fool's joke, I feel like. Like, recasting Forever Game Changers, but do it, like, with a whole bunch of joke answers.
I've got no shield.
Is Shannon racist? Probably. I would, yeah, I mean, like, I think there's more reason to believe he's a homophobe and stuff than he is a racist, but, I would not be surprised based off what I know about Shannon Elkins. Yeah, like I feel like what joke Game Changers. And obviously you have Cowboy.
I don't know where he is. Not yet.
You have
Don't worry about it.
Shannon Elkins versus Shannon BB2. Who's the worst person? Shannon Elkins.
I'll take care of it.
Like I feel like Shannon BB2. Like at least she like recognized the fact that she might be a bad human and like tried to change things a bit. It's like Shannon Elkins is like completely like unaware of a lot of the things that makes him very questionable. Which I think at least like there's a point in BB2 where like Shannon's like crying over how everyone thinks she's a bitch and everything, and it's like she at least like kind of becomes a bit more aware and tries to change things, but yeah, I don't think Shannon Elkins cares. Even we see that in the reunion show where like Jeff essentially goes to him hoping that Shannon Elkins is gonna apologize, and then he just doesn't, and he like doubles down on it. It's like on his like comment of like New York being filled with gay people and stuff. It's like again, like I think he's just like completely unaware. Yeah, Austin's a game changer, first person to quit. I mean, who else you got? You got like Stacy Stillman for creating the Alliance. I think there's some fun to be had with that sort of video.
We've got reports of him on multiple levels.
No? Okay, fine. I don't know why it didn't hit the first time. Okay. Yeah, like casting the true Survivor Game Changers. Which, by the way, that's another thing. Like, I was watching. So I also got randomly recommended like the best of Troyzan video on YouTube, which is like, why the fuck is there a best of Troyzan? But I was watching it. It reminded me like it's funny because like now like we think of Troyzan, like we think of him as like this joke from from Game Changers that like gets almost no content. But it's like Troyzan in One World is like a really great character, and like you can tell how much he loves the game, which I think is something that like even in Game Changers, like you can tell how much he loves the game, and I think that's something I've always kind of respected from Troyzan. Oh. We finally got it. It only took us forever to find a fucking sniper. Did she pick it up? She didn't even pick it up though. Well, that's kind of shit.
I'm afraid your men aren't able
Whatever.
to respond.
But we got a sniper finally. Yeah, Purple Kelly is a game changer. Yeah, again, I think there's a lot of fun to be had there. I mean, James is a game changer. He's the first person to be voted out with 2 idols in his pocket.
This'll put him down.
Actually, yeah, that'll be funny. Like, put like Tina on there as like game changer because she's the first female winner. Like, again, with it only being the 2nd season, and obviously game changing. Scooping. Actually, yeah, I feel like there's so many like ridiculous fucking things to do with this. I feel like it'll be hilarious. Which gun is it? Wait. We can't use that sniper we just picked up? Oh, fuck off of that. Okay, only... Oh, I just realized that's why we're not picking up snipers, because our class. Can Vanguards not use snipers? I didn't even think of that until now. Whatever, who fucking... It doesn't even matter anymore, who cares? Yeah, Stacey Stillman, first person to sue Survivor. There's also that thing. I mean, to be fair, like, Stacey Stillman is legitimately a game changer. Like, even though I joked earlier, it's like, she technically did create the first Survivor alliance, if we're being serious about this. Like, her alliance with Kelly is the first, like, actual Survivor alliance. But it's like, also, it's like, I feel like if she were on a Game Changers, like, she would be looked at as a joke. More so than like the actual game change. Like, that's why I like mentioned Cowboy earlier. Like, Cowboy technically was the first one to create the plan to split votes. But it's like, also, it's like if he was on Game Changers, it would be as a joke. Come on.
I'll tear you apart.
Yeah, I got what, like Amanda, first person to lose twice. Lose Final Tribal twice. That's something. That's game changing.
Oh, what's this?
Wait. Oh, I'm supposed to go here. I'm a fucking idiot. Oh yeah, what was it? I'm trying to think, is Tommy... I was gonna say Tommy, like, the first ginger to win Survivor. Is Tommy the first ginger? I don't even know. But, I think that would be a funny one, too. It's just, like, it would be such a ridiculous video. I guess Tommy's technically post-game changer, so I guess that wouldn't work out. Yeah, Brandon Hant, first to be well, actually, what was, like, I mean, I know technically he was voted out, but it's like oh no, I just Sundra. We can use Sundra, the first person to not be able to make fire with flint or whatever. Or no, first with matches. Sorry, with matches. That's what it was. Because if you know, that's what happened in Survivor Cook Islands, is that in the fire making challenge between Becky and Sundra, somehow, I don't know how the fuck this happened, that fucking Sundra couldn't make a fire with matches and ran out of fucking matches. Again, it's like, how? It's like, how are you using an entire fucking box of matches and not being able to make a fire still? First finalist to vote.
Going silent.
Actually, that's a pretty... And Aaliyah, first person to start playing on day 24. What a ridiculous thing, though, to say in Final Tribal. Like, it's so dumb. Ah, fuck off. Oh, come on. Okay, fine. This is so bad. Like, I don't even know why I'm even trying to do this. Like, I really should be running away, but it's like... Whatever, this is working out now. Good enough. Is that it? Okay. We made it. Neonka, first person to say smuffed. Hey, again, what a game changer. I mean, do feel like Neonka and Purple Cully technically did change the game also. Like, them quitting the game literally caused them to change the rules of the game, but still.
What are you playing at, Shepard?
Caleb was not the first person to almost die. Technically, it would have, I mean, like, I guess, like, debatably Scoopin', but Russell Swan.
Dealing with this nuisance. You and I are going
to... which Christie brother? It was... Wait, with, well, Drew Christie tried to sell the... Wait. I'm trying to remember. They bought Rice, right? And then he tried to sell the... no. I forgot how it worked. Was it he trying to sell the Flint back to Probes? I think they sold... Yeah, they trade their reward for Flint. That's what it was. Yeah, they trade their reward for Flint. And then they found their old Flint, so Drew Christie wanted to sell back the old Flint to get their reward back, to which Jeff turned him down. I think that's at least the situation I'm thinking of. Yeah. Oh, hey, Gumball. Missy first-person play of Crutches, yeah. But again, if you don't know what we're talking about, I talked about like making this like April Fool's joke sort of video on casting the real game changers. It's just all joke answers.
Nasana and her men deserve what they got.
Not for her.
Alright, so we're almost done with this. Where are we at time-wise? 3 hours 30? I don't know if I want to do another one or not. I'll see if there's like a shorter mission available. So I wouldn't mind going a little bit more, but I also don't want to go like a full another 30 or more.
Here I am.
Is Drew Christie a good player? No. Oh yeah, Sonya Christopher, yeah. Obviously game changer there. Yeah, Drew Christie's not a good player.
I do want to talk to you, but how did you know I was here?
Gunfire and explosions.
Again, Drew Christie, might be up there for one of the worst players in the history. Again, like for me, like when it comes to like worst players in Survivor, it more than likely has to be someone that was voted out the first opportunity that they were safe. And I feel like Drew did so much actively bad. I think the thing that doesn't put him at the very bottom is that he at least was a physical asset that allowed him to even like get to be the fourth boot to begin with.
My reputation.
But it's like, he's not good.
They're abducting entire human colonies. Freedom's Progress was their handiwork.
I see.
Oh yeah, he saw Australian. Yeah, I thought Joey for me, like I was okay. I guess we'll talk spoilers. Australian Survivor. Yeah, I was surprised that Joey went home this episode. I mean, obviously by the time we got to the tribal and everything, it's like yeah, Joey's coming home. But it's like coming into the episode, like I did not think Joey was gonna go home. I thought it was gonna be like Laura or I don't know, Georgia. Actually, Georgia seems like the most likely. Like I thought it was gonna be Georgia because Georgia had the setup from the was it last episode or 2 episodes ago, wherever like they were setting up the Georgia Boo, like I thought that was gonna lead to something here, and that they were gonna go for Georgia instead of Joey. But yeah, Joey going home this early is a pretty big surprise to me. Probably the third biggest character of the season so far in terms of edit. So losing him is a pretty big deal there.
They're innocent, yes? Like all victims of the collapse.
Actually, that is not an idea I've thought about. Making a cast of all people with the same first letter.
Many innocents died today. I wasn't fast enough and they suffered. I must atone for that. I will work for you, Shepard.
Yeah, that was true. That said, basically I'm a badass and a manipulator of this game. Again, the best quote in the history of Survivor. Yeah. Again, Drew Christie, like, his entire Downfall episode is one of my favorite episodes in the history of the show. It's such a fantastic, like, especially pre-merge episodes of the show. I think it's just, it might
I've heard
be.
impressive stories, Krios. Sounds like you'll be an asset.
I mean, like, it's up there. Like, I think it's definitely top 10 pre-merge episode in the history of the show.
My arm is Shepard's.
Yeah, Laura Moret, first person to be voted out by her,
But I'm loyal to my next paycheck.
by her daughter. Well, then again, I mean, Sierra would have to be on there because she voted out her mom. Well, then I guess Sierra was on the actual Game Changers. I mean,
You're here because
actually, that'd be kind of funny to put like Sierra on the fake Game Changers, like for voting out her mom when like she was also on the real Game Changers. I think that'd be kind of funny to do too.
The area near the life support plant on the crew deck tends to be slightly more arid than the rest of the ship.
It's still so weird to me they even decided to call that season Game Changers. Like, why not just call it, like, I don't know, like anything else? Like, literally just call it, like, All Stars 2 for all. Like, it's so weird to me that they went with Game Changers.
Jacob. We need him.
It's like, yeah, because like Sierra Dawn Thomas definitely changed the game, and like, I mean, to be fair, like they like said it afterwards that we meant that they changed the game of the seasons that they were on, not in terms of like the grand scheme of Survivor, but it's still a fucking dumb name. And even then, it's like, did Sierra Dawn Thomas change how Worlds Apart? I mean, even like, did Haley Ford change the way that Worlds Apart played out? Like, even like within the context that they gave us, like after the fact, it's like that still doesn't make sense. But whatever. Okay, so we got the 2 crew members. Again, we're gonna save Tali for like literally the last thing that we do. Actually, you know what? No, never mind. I was gonna say like we'll get the IFF before we get Tali, but now I think about it, I don't want to do that. Because I want to keep Tali. Well, I want to keep the crew alive for 3 here. Okay, cool. I was stuck on that.
Samara wants a moment with you, Commander.
Okay. So unlock Samara's mission. Yeah, Sierra Dawn Thomas was alternate for Natalie Anderson. Natalie Anderson got a concussion. Which I supposedly like was like actually like a big deal for her. Like that actually like lasted years, I think. Yeah, she can go on Game Changers. Where's Samara? Here? Yeah, there we go. Which, I mean, like if she was on there, it would have made a lot more sense. Like it would meant that we had 4 winners, 2 male, 2 female. I also feel like if she was on there over Sierra Dawn Thomas, I think that really that'd be really, like a really interesting like thought experiment of like how the game plays out, because I think that really does change a lot. Because
I should go.
I mean, obviously without that, it's like Brad has 1 less number technically. I mean, like, who knows? I could see Natalie Anderson and Brad Culpepper getting along, but
when we met on Ilium,
I do think it could be a interesting thing there. I think Natalie Anderson would also have a bigger target on her back than Sierra Dawn Thomas would.
I would like to apprehend her before she disappears again.
Tell me about her.
She is an Ardat Yakshi. It is a term for...
Yeah, Hayden definitely should have been on there over Caleb. I do feel like, I've said this in previous videos and stuff, but I feel like there's got to be something like Hayden to where they're not casting him.
You're dangerous too.
It's like, how have we had like all these opportunities to bring him back at this point, and like he still hasn't been back? Like I feel like there's got to be a reason that he hasn't been on there.
She overpowers yours, burns it out, hemorrhages your brain.
I mean, like if I do if I'm doing this like fake Game Changers video at some point, it's like I'm probably gonna keep Caleb on there. Like I think he's probably gonna stay on the cast. Yeah, he's the first player to get a heat stroke. Actually, he's probably not the first player to get heat stroke. Is there another player to get heat stroke? I'm sure there's been somewhere at some point, right? Like, what is he actually the first person? Like, he's the first person to get heat stroke for salt and pepper. Is that what it is?
If we have time, we'll deal with it.
Wow.
There is one thing more. This creature, this monster.
Oh, do we not even mention? No, I didn't even realize she didn't even mention that until now. Yeah, I definitely like Samara a lot more through my recent playthrough.
I needed to know this a long time ago.
I present no danger to anyone besides.
I still think it's an interesting like exploration of like the Asari and the Justicars and stuff like that.
Is my fault, and my redemption lies in killing.
I do feel like that's like a lot of what her character is there for, though. Like it's kind of like a avatar for like world building. But yeah, I definitely did enjoy Samara a lot more on the replay.
I need my crew to be good at their jobs and keep their personal lives personal.
I understand. Nonetheless.
Oh yeah, Sarah. Actually, oh yeah, I forgot about Sarah. Yeah, Sarah and Natalie would have been on the same cast there. They would have been on the same tribe. That would have been interesting. Because I remember that was a thing that like I remember Winners at War, they were talking about how, Sarah and Natalie are going to be aligned because they're both in the CrossFit and that sort of thing. And then, like, we just never see them. Well, I mean, obviously Natalie gets the first boo, but even, like, after Natalie comes back, it's like,
if there's time, maybe we can
like, Sarah's never, like, considering really working with Natalie too much, even though, like, they fake it for a while to... But it's like, it doesn't seem like they ever got that close or anything. Wait, where's Thane? Thane's here, right? I doubt he has anything to say right now, though.
Do you need something?
Nope. Fuck you.
I shall return to my...
I love Thane, though. Thane is, I think Thane's probably my favorite new character from Mass Effect 2. Again, Thane or Mordin. I think it's between the two. But, yeah, I try to get Bobby... I wonder what I could do to get Bobby John on it. I feel like First Team Captains feels too serious, though. I need to create more of a joke answer for it. What are we going to do here? I don't know how much I really want to do. See, I don't want to go too much longer, but I wouldn't mind going for another, like, 20 minutes or so, maybe. But I feel like all these are long missions. Yeah... You know what, actually, let's go... Okay, let's go to Citadel, and I just want to see something real quick over there. I just want to see if we can go to a store and see if they have any weapons. Oh yeah, Sophie is a game changer for being the first to not like Jack and Jill. Or is Rick a game changer for being like... Oh yeah, like Rick's like the person that I remember the most from that reward of like really like hysterically laughing. Like Rick for liking Jack and Jill. It is insane to me too that like we got South Pacific, we had Jack and Jill as a reward. Nicaragua, we had Gulliver's Travels as a reward. It's like they really got like two complete shit movies. back to back there. So that's kind of funny. Oh, Dan Lembo. I should try to get Dan Lembo on the cast. By the way, Dan Lembo is a great character. Like, even though he has like almost nothing to do during the main season, like he's like, obviously him sitting in chairs is just hilarious. But then also you have his final speech at Final Tribal Council, which is hilarious. Yeah, South Pacific's definitely up there in terms of a humorous season. I personally wouldn't say it's number one, but it's definitely pretty high. Yeah, I'm trying to think, like, what is the funniest Dan Spila? Yeah, Dan Spila would be, I feel like at that point I'm getting a bit too dark by putting Dan Spila on the cast. Wait, what am I doing here again? You know what, let's actually get Garrus, because I'm probably going to do the Garrus mission at the beginning of the next stream. This doesn't matter. What does this do? Heavy charge, trailing impact. Okay, explosive charge spreads. Okay, I think we'll do that, and then we'll do that one, I guess. Oh shit, I'm a fucking idiot. Well, that's lovely. Yeah, and then Stacy calling Coach Benjamin on her way out. Yeah, there's a lot of fun exits on South Pacific, where you have like Stacy there, and a lot of it stems from like Coach trying to like hug people on their way out. You have like Rick being like really bitter on his way out, which is funny.
Every 5 seconds, the main gun of an Empress-class dreadnought accelerates.
Yeah, there's definitely some fun moments from again, the entire Final Tribal, like again, spoiler for my Final Tribal ranking. South Pacific is pretty high on it, largely because it's a hilarious Final Tribal with a lot of like Albert, and like everything he's doing is hilarious there. Like with like Brandon Hance like asking him yes or no, and like he just can't even fucking respond. And then like you have Jim Rice like essentially saying, Albert, like, don't make a compliment as the start of your response, and he instantly starts with a compliment. Yeah, there's some great stuff there. It is funny, like when I edited that Final Tribal Council ranking, like I didn't even remember the top of the list to where like I was genuinely surprised at number one, because like I actually like didn't remember it, despite the fact that I just recorded it like a week ago or whatever, which is funny.
So do you want to get one of the fish, or maybe a model ship?
Or like I remember like while editing the video, I was thinking, okay, what's number one? I really don't remember that. Like I kept on like guessing, and then I got to number one. I was like, shit, that wasn't what I was like guessing at all. Well, whatever. Again, it's funny just how much I like just forget my own videos. Is there really nothing here? Yeah, this is the cafe again. Okay. Yeah, Stacey Powell is a great character. It's a shame we never... Papa Bear. Oh, I haven't talked about Papa Bear. That's another one. It's like, there's a lot of great characters on South Pacific. The problem is you also have your... I mean, like, Elise is a dud. You have, like, Whitney Duncan. You have Keith. You have these people that don't really bring anything, but there are some great characters, though. Yeah, I don't know. What is the funniest season of Star Wars? It's weird because like I feel like the first one that comes to my mind is Worlds Apart, but like it's also surrounded by such negativity that it's a tough one to like really say is number one, because like the entire like everything Dan Foley related is hilarious. Like Dan Foley, like just being Dan Foley is just hilarious to me. Just even watching the finale and watching Final Tribal with Dan and the way he acts towards Mike is just, again, it's so funny. It's like the entire time, like whenever like Mike would speak, Dan's just like angrily shaking his head in the B-roll and stuff. It's like, and then they like eventually, like obviously, Dan goes to do his speech, and he goes up there just to berate Mike, and then goes and sits down. And then Mike like essentially just does this half-assed apology, like this really like basic apology, and then like Dan's like, that is the best thing you've ever said to me, or something like that. It's like, it's so ridiculous. Like I really love Dan Foley. Yeah, and it's like the like Coach. It's like every single time with Coach in South Pacific, when he puts someone out, like he goes up to tries to hug them and stuff. Ah shit, I didn't mean to do that. Whatever.
Human.
Give me a discount.
I understand you sell hunting supplies. I'm interested.
Why would human scavengers need guns? They only strike when their prey is weak. Like that time the Citadel was attacked by Geth and you killed the Council.
As I recall, you had a fleet here to protect the Council.
I forgot we did that. We did kill the Council.
Too bad your admirals didn't ask us for help sooner. At least you've got us here to protect you now.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that you're going to help me by selling these weapons.
Mass Effect 4 and 5 did allow you to play as multiple races. What would you pick?
Fine. You've got
I don't know, actually. I mean, to be honest, like, I would kind of just, like, I actually just want to continue playing as a human, if I'm being honest. Like, I feel like that's a lot of what makes Mass Effect interesting to me, is this element of, you being part of humanity and you being this group that's, like, slowly, like, figuring things out about this other civilization, or these other civilizations that have been around. But it's like, if I had to pick out I mean, like, playing as a Krogan would be pretty funny. I feel like that would be pretty interesting. Dude, I think any of, like, I really like Turian, Asari, and Krogan are probably, like, the three that are the most interesting to me. Like, unless we're going for, like, a joke answer, and, like, the Hanar, or, like, a Vorcha, or not Vorcha, was it a, what the fuck is that race called? Volus. Yeah, like, what other races are there? Sorry, like, I don't have that much interest in playing as a Solarian. Protheans don't count. Batarians, they're pretty boring. Elcor would be funny. Geth would be pretty cool, actually. I feel like Geth would be pretty interesting. And Krogan would be fun. Don't know what those are. Yeah, well, they're. Quarian, I don't know how interesting Quarian would be. Volus, again, kind of a joke thing, but Vorcha, like, that would be weird playing as a Vorcha. Oh, Drell would be cool too. Yeah, I didn't think of that. Again, like, what are you gonna do as an Elcor? Like, do they even, like, can they use guns?
They are massive creatures standing on four muscular.
Oh yeah, they have like guns in their back, right? They have like cannons on their back or something. That would actually be pretty cool. People got mad at me for putting Richard Hatch and Kelly on my Dreamcast. Yeah, I can see it. I do. That's definitely something I didn't even actually pay attention to. Yeah, I'm usually pretty aware of those sort of things, but yeah, that's something I didn't even actually think of. But not surprised. What are we doing here? I mean, like, we could do the fucking... I don't want to do the Garrus mission right now, though. Like, what else is there to do? Like, the Krogan sushi thing. I'm not gonna bother with that. I think I think gameplay-wise, we'll call it a day. We might just talk for a little bit here. Again, I don't feel like there's anything I really want to start here. Actually, we never did do Arrival. I was gonna do Arrival. Oh well. Alright. So yeah, Quarians would be interesting. In terms of to be honest, like I think, like, I'm really, at the end of the day, it's like I feel like there's gonna be a lot, like, no matter what race you play as, Yeah, unless it's like one of these joke ones. Like, I feel like it should be pretty interesting either way. Like, even though, again, like, I think Quarian's probably like one of the ones I'm the least excited to play as. If we have like the same quality of writing and everything, I feel like no matter what, it should be pretty strong. Like, I don't even know if it'll change up that much. Like, it's like playing as a Turian, because like at the end of the day, it's like Mass Effect is like the combat and everything is more so based around like these abilities that like any race can get, like biotics and that sort of thing. It's like any race can get biotics and that sort of stuff. So it's like at the end of the day, it's like, does the race really matter outside of the story? To which again, I think narratively, like the themes of Mass Effect fit more with having a human protagonist, but I think narratively it would be like, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to play as like. So I think a Krogan would probably just be a bad protagonist though. Like, as much as I think it would be fun to play as a Krogan, I don't think it would make like a good like lead for a story. Like, probably a Turian would probably be the best one. Like, Turian or Quarian would probably be the best one narratively, I would think. And what else do we got here? Spectres.
Brain.
But yeah, I'll be honest, the Heroes vs. Villains thing, didn't even think about that. That I put Hatch and Kelly on the same cast. But, again. I mean, like, like, Hatch is, like, this weird case, though.
You think we could get into the Presidium if we were along the outer hall?
Oh, yeah, I get why people would be upset at that. Like, I still think, like, in an ideal world, it would have been cool to see Richard Hatch play again. Like, again, it's still weird to me that, like, Richard Hatch wasn't on Winners at War. Even though, obviously, I get, like, the decisions that they had to make there, and I do think that for PR reasons and everything, it's obviously much better for him not to be on, but it would have been really interesting to see him there. Yeah, and I think we're gonna start to wind things out. What is it? Okay. Yeah, it's nothing. Alright, but I think we'll start to wind things down. So yeah, yeah, next stream will probably be tomorrow. Again, like the typical schedule recently has been Sunday, Monday, Wednesday. This week, because my work schedule is a bit different, I should be able to do a Thursday stream. And because of that, I'm kind of thinking that, like, if I can't get around to streaming tomorrow, I'm not going to force myself to do it. Because I do want to get my near replicant video written tomorrow. I just kind of want to get that out of the way. And if that ends up taking too long, then obviously like, it'll be pretty late by the time it get done. But I'll try to stream tomorrow. And like, if I get it done before like 12:30 or something, then I'll probably end up streaming at least a little bit tomorrow night. But yeah, so maybe tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then for sure Wednesday, and then and probably Thursday as well. And that should be some fun. And yeah, what do we got? BB Cass. They're simulating an episode of Love Island. What is an episode of Love Island even like? What is an episode of Love Island even like? I've never watched Love Island my entire life, even though it's on right after Big Brother. Is there a more crushing vote out than Cerise? I don't know. I mean, like, it's one that's like largely unfair. And it also happens to like one of the most likable figures within the series. Happens on like in a season where she definitely has a chance of winning. Like, I mean, I would say, yeah. I mean, I think it's it's definitely up there. I'm trying to think, like, what else would be up there? Like, in terms of, like, I feel like it would mostly come from, like, returnee seasons, like, people that, or at least, like, it would come from situations where, like, people want it really bad. And are genuinely, like, heartbroken when they don't get it. I feel like something like, I'm like, Malcolm comes to mind to me, from Game Changers. I'm trying to think of, like, what else is there? Like where, like, someone's just, like, genuinely sad. I guess, like, Alexis Maxwell comes to mind, but it's like, I don't know how, like, really emotional that is. But, yeah, I mean, I would say Cerie's definitely up there. I'm too fair. Like, technically, there were things she could do to save herself there in terms of, like getting Ty to use the idol on her. Like, to me, I was like, her going out there is more so a sign of her not having deep enough bonds, but still, it's still like a situation where she does get largely screwed over. But actually, what time is it? Pacific. It's what, like 11:40 something. Dang, this cast stays up like super late, right? So that's kind of annoying, but yeah. Either way, I was like, yeah, I haven't really watched that much live feed stuff. I'm too fair. Like in recent years, I kind of stopped watching live feeds just in general. I more so like keep up through like Twitter, or like sometimes I'll see like a clip on YouTube or something. But again, like I haven't really been that interested in the feeds themselves this season for some reason. Again, it's like I really like this cast, and I do like a lot of like where the game is going, but I also like am just like not really that interested in seeing a lot of this like small, like it's a lot of like talk about who to target next, and it's like a lot of this like strategizing, which is interesting, but it's like a lot of strategizing that won't end up mattering, and because that's like I don't really have that much interest in following like all these little things of like where they're going. These like most of it won't end up mattering at the end of the day. Yeah, Derek F is the host. Can you imagine Derek F as the host of Love Island? Like, that would be bizarre. Like, the host of Love Island is like usually this like blonde woman, right? Like I know Ariel Vanderberg is her name, right, for US, and then I'm pretty sure even in the UK it's like a similar looking sort of person. Like I've never watched the show, so I don't even know what their role is. Like for all I know, they're like there for like 2 seconds and then are never there ever again. Yeah, I mean, like it's mostly like I think the thing that's interesting about what's going on in Big Brother right now, it's a lot of like fighting between the people in the middle, like the people in the core alliance, to figure out like who can keep their pawns the longest and who can like dictate when certain pawns go home, and that's like a lot of what's going on right now. But it's like there's only so much of that you can do. It's like at the point that we're at now, where we've had this for like over 2 weeks of like the same sort of strategizing. It's like it just gets kind of boring to me. So yeah, but yeah, like I still think there's a lot of potential in the season moving forward. I do worry though that like if Tiffany, I do worry that Tiffany has too much of a stranglehold to where it might get kind of boring once we get like, I don't know, like to jury phase and it becomes clear like the cookout's gonna make it to the end. It's like at that point it's like, it's like whatever. Which I mean, if we get to the end game, it's like yeah, we're gonna be left with like a good chunk of likable people. Again, like if we're at the final 6 of the cookout, I think we have 4 solid winners there. Like solid as in like would be very like likable outcomes, You got Tiffany, you got Kylan, you have Xavier, you have Hannah. Again, Ozza win would be kind of underwhelming, and same thing with Derek F. But it's like, I mean, like, it's not the worst situation in the world. Yeah, either way. Yeah, I think we're gonna end stream at this point. Did we pass 4 hours? We did, so that's lovely. I think this is the first stream in a while that I've passed 4 hours. Yeah, we did get an early start today, though, so I think that's a lot of the reason why. But yeah, either way. So yeah, we're gonna end here. Again, probably will stream tomorrow. Yeah, if I do, we'll see you then. Yeah, see you later, main squeeze. Yeah, I do worry about that with Tiffany, is that she could end up being like a Vanessa sword figure, where she gets taken out right before the end. But either way, yeah, see you guys probably tomorrow, if not on Wednesday, but either way, see you guys later.